Due to the overwhelming support in this series, here is the next part. Yoda chose to tell Jireya the news first, as he knew exactly where his future Padawan was. Unlike Naruto, Jireya had not been finished for the day after his own testing. Instead, he had a class to teach. Despite his controversial status within the temple, Jireya was indisputably the most experienced and skilled Chakra user left in the galaxy. As such, the council had given him the task of teaching a small group of knights and masters how to use Chakra. Their plan was to build a cadre of qualified Chakra users to begin spreading the new techniques throughout the order. He had just finished for the day, and was still in the training room when Yoda found him. "Master Yoda, it's good to see you again," Jireya said. "How did Naruto's test go?" "About that I wish to speak with you," Yoda said. "But first, your class, how goes it?" "Well, if you discount Quinlan's whining, Obi-Wan's dry wit, and the merciless teasing from Master Ti, everything's going fine," Jireya said in a mock whisper, one loud enough to carry to the others. "Frankly, they all learn scarily fast. We just started on the Henge today, and they'll all have it down solid in maybe 10 days at this rate." "Good," Yoda said, his ears twitching in amusement at Jireya's words. The man may have been respectful when it counted, but he generally treated formality as something that happened to other people. A great boon to the order, these new techniques will be. Now, speak privately we must. A wordless glance from Yoda had the other Jedi quickly and quietly leaving the room. As soon as they were alone, Jireya fixed Yoda with a questioning gaze. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "No. Naruto's test went well, it did," Yoda said. "Decided the council has. Ready to become Padawans you two are. Walk with me, to find Naruto. Tell him as well we should. Considering that he's supposed to be in the creche right now, that's probably the one place we can rule out looking for him," Jireya joked. Yoda's ears twitched as he chuckled in amusement. "Indeed. Not in the creche he is," he said. "But sense him I can. Come, much to tell you both there is." With that, Yoda turned and walked off down the hall. Jireya followed him, curious as to what all Yoda needed to tell them. He was tempted to ask, but the Grand Master was never one to reveal something before he felt it appropriate. If he wanted to wait until they were with Naruto, then Jireya supposed he could be patient until then. Oh. Naruto had been tutoring Barris in droid mechanics for the last 2 hours or so. Of course, for Naruto, tutoring meant something rather different than it did for most people. In this case, rather than go over textbook concepts or practice test questions, Naruto had Barris disassemble and then reassemble as eclectic a collection of droids and droid components as he could find. His reasoning behind this was simple. This was how Anakin had taught him engineering, and if it had worked for him, then it should work for Barris. While this was not exactly the most sophisticated and refined teaching model, for the most part, things were going well. Ouch. For the most part. Barris was waving her fingers in the air, trying to alleviate the pain of shocking them on a live capacitor. Naruto seemed torn between sympathy and amusement, though he was tending more towards sympathy at the moment. He has made that exact mistake several times before, and it fucking hurt. He gently pulled the partially dismantled techno-service droid away from his friend's flailing appendages. The last thing Barris needed was a bruised elbow to go along with the electrical shock. "Sorry about that," Naruto said, laughing nervously. "I should have warned you that could happen. You okay?" "I'll be fine," Barris said, grimacing slightly. "It was my fault anyways. I'm just so useless at this. Why can't I get it?" Her voice rose to a near yell with the last question. Naruto, who hated seeing any of his friends in distress, quickly circled around the work table and grabbed Barris by the shoulders. When he turned her to face him, he could see the sheen of unshed tears welling up in her eyes. "Hey. You are not useless, he said firmly, trying to project happiness and calm. Look at how many droids you took apart and put back together in the last few hours. He gestured to the workbenches around them. They were covered with over half a dozen various small droids, from mouse droids to probe droids. All of them were ones that Naruto had helped Barriss take apart, fiddle with, and then put back together. Could someone who's useless with electronics do all that? He asked. Barriss glanced around, following his gesture. She sniffled a bit before looking back at him. I guess not, she said, before looking down. But you did most of the work on those. No, I didn't. I just gave you a few tips and taught you some tricks you didn't know. This was mostly you, Naruto said, gently tilting Barriss' chin up to look him in the eyes. I believe in you, Barriss. You're awesome, and smart, and one of my best friends. I know you can do this. So stop letting these droids kick your ass and start believing in yourself. Got it? Okay, Barriss said, wiping her eyes and smiling. Let's get back to it. All right. Naruto cried, smiling with joy at her improved state. He walked back around the work table and retrieved the techno-service droid that had shocked. He pushed it over to her, his eyes encouraging. Try taking its motivator apart again, he said. And this time, watch out for the capacitors. Yes, thank you for the advice, Barriss huffed, rolling her eyes in an uncharacteristic show of sarcasm. After a moment though, she paused and looked back up at him. Naruto, she said. Thank you, for doing this for me. For believing in me. You and Ahsoka, you're both such good friends to me. It means a lot to me. You're welcome, Barriss, Naruto said. I said that I'd help you with this, and Naruto Uzumaki always keeps his promises. A good thing that is. A Jedi's word, unbreakable it should be. Both Naruto and Barriss jumped upon hearing Yoda's voice from off to one side. Turning, they saw him standing in the doorway, Jireya standing behind him. Master Yoda. Good evening, Barriss stammered out, trying to gather herself. Shaking herself out of her shock, she bowed to the Grand Master. You look surprised, Naruto, Jireya said, a mock frown on his face. You didn't happen to forget my lessons on situational awareness and drop your guard, did you? Shut up, Sensei, Naruto said, before turning his focus to Yoda. Master Yoda, what are you doing here? Naruto, be polite. Barriss said, mildly scandalized. Calm yourselves, younglings, Yoda said, waving aside Naruto's lack of formality. It was a trait he shared with Jireya, and one Yoda did not feel was worth the effort of correcting. With Naruto I must speak. News I have for him. Yes, Master, Barriss said as she began to gather her things. I'll see you back at the creche, Naruto. Hang on, Barriss, Naruto said. He then proceeded to focus the force into his body, and made his signature hand seal. With a poof of white smoke, a single cage bunshin appeared. You can keep working with my clone. Is that okay, Master Yoda? Fine, that will be, Yoda said. Good of you it is, to help a fellow clan mate. Now come. With a reassuring glance to Barriss, Naruto turned, and followed Yoda and Jireya out of the engineering lab. They walked down the hall a ways, before Yoda led them into an empty classroom. With a grunt of effort, the diminutive master pulled himself onto one of the chairs, gesturing for Naruto and Jireya to sit as well. Once they were all situated, Yoda began. As I told Jireya, decided the council has that ready to become padawans you both are, Yoda said to Naruto, answering his unspoken question. In 3 days, leave for Illum you will. Naruto's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that. He recognized Illum, and knew its significance to the Jedi. There was only one reason for him and Jireya to be going there. You mean we get to make our own lightsabers? He asked, practically shining with excitement. Real ones. Jireya didn't say anything, but Yoda could sense the excitement within him as well. For all his wisdom and experience, Jireya was by no means immune to the allure of building a lightsaber. Yoda suppressed a smile at that. He could well remember his own giddiness at building his first lightsaber, so he did not begrudge them their enthusiasm. That said, he was still supposed to set an example, and Naruto's excitement was burgeoning on getting out of hand. "Calm yourself, Naruto," he said gently. "An achievement this is, but a solemn occasion it is as well. A grave responsibility a lightsaber is, and centered you must be if to build one you are." To Naruto's credit, he quickly reined in his emotions to where they were merely exuberant rather than uncontrollable. Yoda nodded approvingly, while Jireya looked at his godson with pride. It was hardly the Jedi ideal, but it was a far cry from his near-total lack of mental discipline back in Konoha. "Starting tomorrow, meditate you will, on your lightsabers," Yoda continued. "When in the caves of Illum, find your crystals you will. But no easy task will this be." Jireya nodded, having expected as much. In his experience, powerful objects such as kyber crystals were rarely obtainable without difficulty. Naruto looked confused, and Yoda explained further. "The crystal cave, a powerful force nexus it is. Very powerful. Tested by the force you will be. The search for your crystal, rarely straightforward it is." "What sort of tests are you talking about, Master?" Jireya asked. "Visions many experience while in the cave," Yoda answered. "Others, fears they must face, or flaws they must overcome. Impossible to say for sure it is. Only you can know what you may face." "We have to meditate for 3 days?" Naruto asked. "How are we supposed to do that?" "Impatience do I hear, youngling?" Yoda asked mildly. Naruto looked down, mollified somewhat. "Experienced Jedi, meditate for weeks they can. Guide you through this, Master. Drullig will. Much experience he has, building lightsabers. Much you will learn from him, if open your mind is." "Yes, Master," Naruto said, bowing his head. The prospect of learning from Master Cin Drullig, the formidable Jedi Battle Master, more than made up for the horror of having to spend 3 days meditating. The man was renowned as one of the 5 best duelists in the Order, and it was his job to oversee the combat training of the entire temple. Getting a chance to learn from him directly, even if it was just on lightsaber construction, was an opportunity Naruto would sooner cut off his own feet than pass up. Besides, even though it involved sitting still, something Naruto doubted he would ever be comfortable with, meditating wasn't so bad anymore. The Force was a truly wonderful thing, and even Naruto, perhaps the most easily bored being in the universe, could often spend hours just feeling it flow through him, looking at its currents. Indeed, Master Illum had sometimes privately considered that the Force's ability to get Naruto to sit still and stay quiet may just have been its most amazing quality of all. "Congratulations are in order," Yoda said. "Much progress you have made, since arriving at the temple. Remember though, always humble a Jedi should be. Impressive this achievement is, but always more to strive for there is." Naruto and Jireya both bowed their heads respectfully. Through a sort of unspoken understanding, both of them tended to put Yoda into the same category as the Sandaime, a wise, kind leader, one worthy of respect. Much like Mace Windu, Yoda's very presence tended to get even Naruto to remember his manners most of the time, though for very different reasons. While Mace projected an aura of no-nonsense toughness, Yoda radiated an air of inestimable wisdom and kindness. "Now, time we have before I dismiss you," Yoda said. "Teach you I can, the basics of lightsaber construction. Further detail, Master Drullig will go into, but a head start we can get now." With that, Yoda hopped off of his chair and walked to the holo projector at the front of the classroom. A few swift entries into the computer terminal beside it later, and a diagram of a lightsaber appeared on the screen. As they watched, it rotated and disassembled itself into its individual components. For the next hour Yoda ran through the various components that made up a lightsaber, from the simple diaceum power cell to the complex intricacies of the focusing array. Though many of the parts were familiar to them, more to Naruto than Jireya, this was the first time either of them had seen what actually went into a real lightsaber. Initiates were not taught how to build lightsabers until they were ready to build their own. Pretty much all of the components could easily be acquired in the temple, and artificial crystals could be manufactured without too much trouble. As such, the council did not want overeager younglings trying to assemble potentially deadly weapons before they were ready for them. Success could result in severed limbs, or worse. Failure could result in a significant explosion. One only the crystal would survive. There were over 100 separate pieces, and as such he had little time to do more than list them and their basic function. Fortunately, one of the benefits of Jedi learning techniques was the ability to memorize large amounts of information very quickly. Jireya also had experience doing so as a former shinobi spymaster, and it was a skill he had begun to teach Naruto over the last few months. Between the two techniques, both of them felt confident in their ability to remember the information later. Finally, shortly after the sun had finished setting, Yoda called an end to the impromptu lesson. He dismissed them both, with instructions to get plenty of rest for the next day. Master Drollig would not look kindly upon someone falling asleep during his lessons. For some unaccountable reason, Yoda looked at Naruto while saying this, prompting the masked blonde to scratch the back of his head, blushing slightly with embarrassment. So what if he had dozed off in his Republic government class a few times after late nights planning pranks or training with Jireya? It wasn't like those incidents really counted, did they? Thankfully, Master Yoda declined to comment further, and sent them both to go rest. As they rounded the corner, Jireya squeezed Naruto's shoulder. "I'm proud of you," he said to his godson. "You've come a very long way in not very much time, and I couldn't have asked for a better student. Kakashi and your parents would be proud of you too, I have no doubt." Naruto was briefly rendered speechless by this, something Jireya considered an accomplishment on par with surviving 10 rounds with Hanzo. His eyes began to shine with tears of joy at hearing the affirmation from his godfather. While Jireya was not stingy with his praise when Naruto worked hard and accomplished something impressive, he also was not exactly prolific with it either. Compliments were reserved for going truly above and beyond, and this one was made all the more special by Jireya's assertion that Kakashi and his parents would also share his pride in Naruto's success in the temple. This was only compounded by the fact that the Jedi, patient and skilled teachers though they were, did not really believe in praising accomplishments beyond simply affirming that one had, indeed, accomplished something. Naruto understood the reasoning behind this, and he even agreed with it for the most part. He had embraced the Jedi teaching that achievements should be their own reward, that there need be no incentive to do your best other than the knowledge that whatever you were doing should be worth doing well. That didn't change the fact that being praised by his godfather, the authority figure he respected most in the galaxy, still felt good. Naruto had received little enough praise in his life, and while he no longer went out of his way to look for it, he wasn't above basking in it when it was well earned. "Thank you, Jireya-sensei," he said eventually, his voice thick with emotion. Jireya gave him an understanding smile, one that turned into a mischievous smirk after a few seconds. "So, that young lady I saw you with in the engineering lab, Paris I think her name was, what were you two doing?" he asked, his tone suspiciously innocent sounding. "I was helping her with our engineering class," Naruto said suspiciously. "She's my friend, and she's having trouble with that class." "Oh, is that all?" Jireya asked, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. It seemed to me like you two may have been a little more than just friends. What? Don't be crazy, Jireya-sensei, Naruto yelled, waving his arms wildly. We're just friends. I don't like her like that. Jireya eyed his godson thoughtfully, before deciding he believed him. While he had no doubt that Naruto would fervently deny having feelings for any girl at this point, his prior crush on Sakura notwithstanding, he also knew Naruto well enough to tell when he was being truthful. The boy had no feelings for Barris beyond that of friendship and, if Jireya had to guess, a burgeoning sibling bond. Besides, I thought you weren't a pervert anymore, Naruto continued accusingly. I'm not, Jireya replied. That doesn't mean I'm not interested in my godson's love life. I am a romantic after all. And you may not have feelings for Barris, but my senses tell me you have a crush on some lucky girl. Ahsoka maybe? You two did have quite the adventure together. You're practically inseparable too. You're delusional. Ahsoka's my best friend, but I don't have a crush on her, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. I haven't had a crush on anyone since Sakura-chan, and she's gone. A brief flicker of pain passed through Naruto's eyes, before he shook it off. Dwelling on the past wouldn't change anything, he told himself. Jireya spotted it, but said nothing. He also noticed that Naruto really seemed to believe that he didn't have any romantic feelings for Ahsoka. Jireya wasn't surprised. Naruto's crush on Sakura had been built more on a childish misunderstanding of romance and a desperate desire for friendship. Naruto was still too young to recognize his own feelings in that way. For that matter, he mused, so was Ahsoka. As he contemplated all the future teasing opportunities that particular situation was going to provide, he missed the twinkle of mischief that blossomed in Naruto's eyes. Anyways, you're not one to talk, Naruto said, shaking Jireya out of his thoughts. What about you and Master Unduli? Jireya blinked at that, before narrowing his eyes slightly. He had not expected his teasing to be turned back on him like this. It was a good attempt, but still, the brat was way off the mark. What are you talking about, brat? Sure, Master Unduli is a brilliant, beautiful woman, Jireya said, genuine confusion in his voice. I am glad to be friends with her, but that is all we are. I may not agree with the code, but she does, and that is her choice. Regardless, my heart has always belonged to Tsunade, even if I was a fool about it. Now it was Jireya's turn to feel a flash of pain and bitter regret. Grateful, for once, for the emotional control techniques Master Yoda had taught him, he accepted his grief and released it into the Force. Jireya may not have liked the Order's stance on emotions in general, but he wouldn't deny that their techniques were useful for maintaining a clear head until he could properly deal with his emotions. It was just that last part that the Jedi seemed to have issues with. Naruto, sensing his godfather's distress, grasped the hand that was still on his shoulder and gave it a squeeze. They spent a silent moment mourning the loss of their home, before Jireya gave Naruto an encouraging smile. Alright brat, I'm done teasing you. Go get some rest, tell your friends the good news, Jireya said. Okay, Jireya-sensei, Naruto replied. See you tomorrow. As soon as he was done talking, Naruto took off running down the hall. He was bursting with excitement, eager to tell all his friends his impending ascension to vaunted padawanship. Without breaking stride, he summoned a cage bunshin. It peeled off down a side corridor before jumping up to the ceiling to crawl into a vent. It would sneak through the temple in order to tell Anakin the news as well. Or at least he hoped so. His clones had occasionally deviated from their instructions before, wreaking all manner of unexpected havoc. Naruto could only hope this clone didn't go mad and try to jump scare a master or something equally ridiculous. He had felt the clone he had left with Barris dispel nearly an hour before, Master Lim having tracked them down and enforced their curfew. Fortunately, she had apparently already known that Yoda was talking to him, as she had immediately identified the clone as such. Sadly, by the time he arrived at the creche, his fellow clan members had already gone to bed. Master Illum, however, was waiting for him in the common area. "Good evening, Naruto," she said. "I assume it's really you this time." "Yeah, it's me, Master," Naruto said, bouncing with excitement. "Did Master Yoda tell you the news? I'm going to be a Padawan. I get to build my lightsaber in a few days." "I did hear something to that effect," Master Illum said dryly, before giving him the grand equivalent of a gentle smile. "You have done very well as an initiate, Naruto. I have no doubt you will make an extraordinary Jedi Knight in due time." Naruto blinked at the unexpected praise. While Master Illum had always been kind and matronly, it had been the distant, reserved kindness that so often characterized the Jedi. She rarely displayed overt emotion or affection towards her charges, though she was known to be fiercely protective of them. To hear her express such faith in him meant nearly as much to Naruto as Jireya's words had. "Thank you, Master," Naruto said gratefully. Illum walked over to him and fondly tousled his hair. "You're welcome, Naruto," she said. "Now go to bed. I'm sure you have a busy day tomorrow." Naruto was about to protest about how he was not tired, before he was cut off by an enormous yawn. Sighing, he swallowed his protests and walked off to bed. Less than a minute after laying down, he was fast asleep. Oh. The next day was both much harder and much easier than Naruto had been expecting. On the one hand, Master Drillig was a hard taskmaster, even when it came to meditation and lectures. Naruto, not being especially comfortable with either, found himself in the unusual position of being simultaneously bored near to catatonia and ready to burst with excess energy. On the other hand, he was learning about lightsabers. Not how to use them, which he had already begun to learn, but rather the secrets of their construction. This subject landed neatly in the sweet spot between cool weapons and interesting mechanics, and as such was something Naruto found fascinating, even with the lectures and meditation. Master Drillig, despite being nearly as stern as Master Windu, was also a pretty good teacher, and he quickly recognized Naruto's need for more hands-on learning. As such, once he was satisfied that both Naruto and Jireya had memorized all the different components of a lightsaber, and could identify them on sight, he switched tracks. He gave Naruto a pile of materials and had him set about assembling them into a lightsaber. Its crystal and power cell were both dummies, so as to prevent any dangerous accidents, but it served as a useful proxy for the real thing. "You will assemble your final blade using only the Force," he said, watching as Naruto carefully adjusted the energy modulation circuits on his practice model. Normally this would be done aboard the Crucible, under the tutelage of Professor Huang, alongside your clan mates as part of a gathering. Your journey, however, will be different. "How so?" asked Jireya, who was studying the technical diagrams on a holo projector. "You will be searching for your crystals and building your lightsabers the same way more experienced padawans, knights, and masters do," Drillig replied. "You will enter the crystal cave with whatever supplies you will need to build your lightsaber, and you will face whatever trials the Force gives you to claim your crystal. You will then build your lightsabers within the cave, using the Force to assemble them." "That doesn't sound too different from the gathering," Naruto remarked. "What's the big deal?" "Aside from the fact that you will be building lightsabers alone, unsupervised, and far from any mechanical or medical assistance," Drillig remarked dryly, earning an embarrassed flush from Naruto. "The biggest difference is time. Pulling the Crucible off its normal training route to host a gathering for just you two would be inefficient and unnecessary. This way takes longer though, which is why gatherings are typically held for larger groups. The Force Nexus in the caves also helps you form a bond to your blade while assembling it. For the latter half of the day, he had Naruto and Jireya meditate on their future lightsabers. Not so much on the design, but rather on what a lightsaber meant to them. While the Jedi doctrine gave guidance on what a lightsaber symbolized and how it was to be viewed, each Jedi had a unique relationship with their blade. For some, it was a rarely used tool, something they carried as an almost reluctant afterthought. For others it was a weapon to defend the innocent and defeat the wicked. Both Naruto and Jireya trend towards the latter view, to Master Drollig's complete lack of surprise. While Jireya believed in peace as only a warrior could, a view he had passed on to Naruto, neither of them were ever going to be labeled as pacifists. Naruto in particular held a deep-seated conviction that those who had power also had an obligation to use that power to help others. Jireya's beliefs were tempered by decades of experience and pragmatism, but at his core he felt the same way. Thus, overall, the day's lessons had conspired to leave Naruto tired and hungry, but also excited, or rather even more excited than normal. This was the state he was in when Anakin walked up to him in the dining hall. "So, I heard that my little brother is going to become a Padawan in a few days," Anakin said, sitting beside Naruto. "They're just letting anyone in these days, aren't they?" "Well, they let you in, didn't they?" Naruto shot back, slipping easily into their usual banter. "Besides, what do you mean you heard? I'm the one who told you." "Well, yeah, but if I say it like I did, then I sound well informed and wise," Anakin defended, giving Naruto's shoulder a friendly bump. "Pfft, wise? You?" Naruto asked incredulously. "Has anyone fallen for that yet? Like, anyone?" "Don't worry about it," Anakin said, before hastily changing the subject. "Anyway, I came over here to invite you and Jireya to celebrate with me and my mom when you guys get back. She'd skin me if she found out I let you two become Padawans without giving her a chance to throw a feast." Naruto, who was far more perceptive than most people gave him credit for, recognized the subtext of, "I want to celebrate my honorary uncle and little brother's accomplishments, but I'm not going to say that out loud because it's embarrassing." I smiled and nodded rapidly. "That sounds great," he said eagerly, only just remembering to keep his voice down. "I'll see you then." "You bet," Anakin said. "You know this means you aren't allowed to fail now. My mom will kick your ass if you do." "Me, fail?" Naruto said, as if the idea was too foreign to grasp. "You're funny, Anakin. I'll see you when I get back. You can drool over my awesome lightsaber." The two friends laughed, and Anakin hugged his younger brother. They were both guys, so the hug lasted only a brief second, but it conveyed what it needed to. Love. Encouragement. Happiness. All the pride that comes from watching someone you've mentored truly start to come into their own. All in all, it was a pretty talkative hug. Oh. The next day proceeded much as its predecessor had. Once again, Naruto and Jireya spent hours meditating on their lightsabers, interspersed with further lessons on how to actually build them without getting blown up. Master Drollig was very big on his students not blowing themselves up by accident. Given Naruto's somewhat checkered history when it came to his own safety, history Jireya was only too happy to relate at length. Drollig felt the need to repeat this lesson multiple times. For once, Naruto wasn't minded to protest a repeated lecture. While he was fairly confident in his healing abilities, or rather the Kyuubi's ability to heal his body, he was not eager to test if they extended to fixing an acute case of being blown the fuck up. The darkly amused chuckle he heard from the seal did nothing to change his mind about this. Oh. The next day's training was much the same as the previous two. The only difference was that Master Drollig had both Naruto and Jireya practice assembling a dummy lightsaber using the Force. It was delicate work, requiring complete focus and careful maneuvering. It was also made all the harder by the fact that the generic components they were practicing with were not truly theirs, especially the crystals. They had no bond with them, and so had less insight into how they wanted to go together. However, as Drelig told them, if you can build these things with the Force, then you'll have no problem building your real lightsabers when the time comes. After a long day of practice, both Naruto and Jireya were able to assemble a lightsaber with the Force with an acceptable degree of competence. Satisfied that his latest pupils were not going to blow themselves to pieces, Drelig signed off on their trip to Illum. As such, Naruto and Jireya were standing in one of the temple hangars, waiting for their ship to be fueled and prepped. Jireya was giving his godson the stink eye, while Naruto looked supremely proud of himself. "How? Just how, brat?" Jireya asked. "How what, Jireya-sensei?" Naruto asked back, his voice a symphony of innocence. Jireya's left eye twitched, and he seemed to be restraining himself from throttling his student. "You know damn well what, you cheeky little..." Jireya growled. "My entire room was painted orange when I came back to it after Master Drelig dismissed us. Every single square centimeter, furniture included. How? And more to the point, why?" "Oh, that," Naruto said casually. "Well, since I'm about to become a Padawan, I'm probably not going to be able to pull very many pranks in the future. So I decided I might as well get one last big one in before then." "And you decided to target me?" Jireya asked. Naruto just gave a dismissive snort. "Please, whoever said I just did your room?" he asked, seemingly offended that anyone would think he would aim so small. "You were just an afterthought really. I had some extra time after I handled the rest. I really love my clones sometimes." Jireya let out a long-suffering sigh and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Do I even want to know what your main target was?" he asked. Before Naruto could answer, a familiar female voice spoke up from behind them. "I think I might have some idea on that," the voice said. Naruto and Jireya turned around to see Luminara standing behind them, an unreadable expression on her face. "Earlier today, something happened during a council session," she continued. "When the council went to convene, they found that the entire inside of the tower had been painted bright orange. Various messages, such as, 'Don't be so gloomy' and 'Cheer up, sourpusses' were painted around the tower as well. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you, Naruto?" "They take everything way too seriously," Naruto said, shrugging. "It's bad for their health. I figured I should brighten the place up a bit, try to lower their stress levels. I care like that." Luminara cocked an eyebrow. Naruto almost thought he saw one corner of her mouth twitch upwards for a brief instant, but he dismissed it as a trick of the light. "Is that so?" Luminara asked flatly. "And why paint Jireya's room? Was that also out of concern for his health?" "No, that was just because he deserved it," Naruto said without hesitation, before continuing in a stage whisper. "He's really annoying sometimes." This time there was no mistaking it. Luminara definitely almost smiled when he said that. Indeed, when Jireya made a choked sound and face vaulted, she seemed to have to repress a laugh. "Yes, I had noticed that at times," she said casually, earning a betrayed look from Jireya. "Still, you shouldn't do such things. It's unfair to the cleaning droids, having to clean up his room like that." "What is this, pick on Jireya Day?" Jireya asked, moping dramatically. "I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about," Luminara replied. "Now, I believe our ship is ready." "Wait, what do you mean our ship?" Jireya asked. "I am going to be supervising your trip to Illum," Luminara replied. "Normally Master Yoda does this, but the Senate has requested his advice on their most recent trade negotiations, so he cannot leave Coruscant right now. He asked me to go in his place." "I see," Jireya said. "Well, I look forward to your guidance then. Now let's go, before Naruto explodes from impatience." Indeed, Naruto was almost blurring near the edges. He was twitching so fast from his eagerness to be underway. Luminara shook her head at his lack of patience, but led them aboard the ship nonetheless. She took the pilot's seat and went through the takeoff sequence with practiced ease. 5 minutes later, they were clearing the upper atmosphere. She prepped the Navi computer and laid in their course. As soon as the jump was plotted, she activated the hyperdrive. The white pinpricks of the stars smeared across the inky black of space, before dissolving into the swirling blue tunnel of hyperspace travel. The journey to Illum took nearly 2 whole days. Though it was not nearly as isolated as Tython, it was still deep within wild space. As such, there were no major hyperspace lanes going near the system, forcing them to travel relatively slowly, with frequent stops to adjust course. While he had known this prior to the trip, the reality of 2 days spent in the relatively small confines of a T6 shuttle was beginning to wear on Naruto. Erg, he groaned as he once again failed to sink into a meditation. This is crazy. I can't move on this ship. Why do the Jedi have to get their crystals from some planet in the middle of nowhere? Aren't there any closer planets to get Kyber crystals? Luminara, who had been meditating across from him in the small mess area, sighed and opened her eyes. Yes, there are several other places with known Kyber deposits, she admitted. However, none of them are as strong in the Force as the crystal caves of Illum. You must have patience, Naruto. It is one of the most important aspects of being a Jedi. Naruto grimaced, but nodded. Yes, Master, he said, before trying to meditate once more. His efforts were in vain, however. He simply had too much energy, and with no way to burn it off while on the small shuttle he was unable to find the inner peace necessary to sink into the depths of the Force. After several more minutes of trying, he grunted in frustration again. I'm sorry, Master, but this is just impossible, he said, trying and failing to keep his irritation out of his voice. Luminara looked at him thoughtfully before nodding her head. Very well, she said. Why don't you go practice building your lightsaber some more? That should give you something more tangible to focus on. Yeah, that'd be great. Naruto exclaimed, before wincing apologetically at Luminara's raised eyebrow. I mean, thank you, Master. I'll just go do that. Smooth kid. Real smooth, came Jireya's voice from the door. I swear, every time someone gives you a lesson on manners and etiquette it just bounces off that thick skull of yours. Naruto turned to face his godfather, rolling his eyes. You're just still sore because of those times the toads smacked you in the head, he said accusingly. Jireya frowned and rubbed the back of his head in remembered pain. He swore he could still feel a lump the same size and shape as Fukusaku's staff. You're damn right I'm still sore about that, it hurt, he shot back. Not to mention all the times you pissed off Tsunade and she took it out on me. Do you have any idea how hard she punches when she's mad? Naruto just shrugged, as if to indicate he didn't care. You know, for being the greatest shinobi in the whole galaxy, you sure do whine a lot, he said. Jireya's face vaulted, while Luminara gave a light snort which sounded suspiciously like a suppressed laugh. Naruto, probably wisely, chose to take the opportunity to slip out of the mess and back to his cabin. He passed Jireya on the way out the door, and the older man quickly moved to sit in the seat Naruto had just vacated. He grumbled under his breath, and Luminara gave him a pointed look. Cheeky little brat, Jireya muttered, though without any real ire. I doubt he'll ever learn manners. He is certainly rough around the edges, Luminara said evenly. I had thought he was better at meditating than that. Normally he is, Jireya said. But he has so much energy that he needs to burn it off before he can focus on something like meditation. In a ship this small. He has no way to do that, Luminara finished, nodding in understanding. I see. Well, he is hardly the first youngling with that issue. There are a number of techniques that can help him deal with that. I'm sure whoever takes him as their Padawan will quickly teach him some of them. So they don't get driven to distraction by his hyperactivity, you mean? Jireya said with a snort of amusement. Luminara gave him a tolerant look before shaking her head. Now, he isn't that bad, she said. Merely young and energetic. He has great potential. Jireya raised his eyebrows in mock surprise. Careful now. It almost sounds as if you think he might make a good Jedi one day, he said. I do believe that, she replied. I think both of you will make excellent Jedi. This time Jireya's surprise was genuine. While they had developed something of a teasing friendship over the past 8 months, Jireya had never really gotten the impression that Luminara entirely approved of him and his ideals. She certainly never said it aloud, but there was often a certain reticence, almost reluctance about her when they talked. Curious, he told her as much. It's not that I disapproved of you, but rather that I was unsure of what I thought of your beliefs, Luminara said. When we first met, you challenged some of the core tenets of the Jedi Order, our abstention from attachments and strong emotions. You were quite passionate in your beliefs if I recall. Jireya nodded, thinking back to their first meeting. He had been quite outspoken with her then, even more so than with most Jedi. He supposed it had to do with how willing she had been to hear him out. She hadn't dismissed him as dark or rebellious, even though she had clearly been confident in her own position. That confidence had sparked a fire in him, a determination to meet her unspoken challenge. I admit, at first I thought your beliefs were mistaken, dangerous even, Luminara continued. But then, just a few short hours later, Naruto went and demonstrated that it was possible to draw strength from your attachments and emotions without inviting the dark side in. Shortly thereafter, I found out that Skywalker was allowed to visit his mother, and that rather than exacerbate the conflict within him, it calmed it. Having my ideals challenged like that was disconcerting. Jireya asked gently. Luminara nodded. Yes, very. Our later talks only further convinced me that the Jedi Code is missing something, that it fails to address the whole picture as it were, she said. I still am not sure if you are wholly right, but I am sure that both you and Naruto will do great things as Jedi. Jireya blinked dumbly for a second, before a broad smirk crossed his face. Well, with a vote of confidence from a woman as wise and beautiful as you, I suppose I can't possibly fail, he said. Luminara rolled her eyes, ignoring his compliment. Ever since she had met him, he had regularly given her similar compliments. She supposed it was his way of teasing her for asking about his past as a pervert. Regardless, comments on her appearance meant little to her. Jireya's smirk dissolved into a smaller, but far more genuine smile. He reached out and gently squeezed one of hands. In all seriousness though, thank you, he said, the teasing quality gone from his voice. I have a great deal of respect for you Luminara, and your belief in Naruto and I means a lot. I'm also glad to hear that you've taken the time to think about my beliefs. It's more than a lot of Jedi have done. You're a good friend, and I am glad to know you. Now it was Luminara's turn to blink in surprise. She didn't quite know how to respond to his statement. Jireya was very rarely so genuine, and something about his gratitude made her feel as if she couldn't simply brush it off as her merely doing her duty as a Jedi Master. She wasn't sure what to make of it, but she decided being forthright was probably the best course. You're welcome Jireya, she said, giving his hand a squeeze in return. You have been a good friend as well, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Jireya's smile broadened upon hearing that. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but shut it again without speaking. Pain and grief swirled behind his eyes like a sudden storm, before they were hidden behind one of his masks. This one displayed none of the genuine forthrightness that had been apparent not 10 seconds earlier. Now Jireya once more seemed the vaguely disinterested and sarcastic man he so often pretended to be. "Well, I'd best check on Naruto before he inadvertently blows us all to pieces," Jireya said, the humor in his voice very nearly passing as genuine. "I'll see you later, Luminara. Thanks for the talk." Luminara made to ask what had perturbed him so, but he had already left the mess. She frowned, but elected not to pursue him. For all his talk of building bonds with others, Jireya could guard his own privacy more fiercely than a rancor did its cave. He would talk to her when he was ready. Or he would not. It was all the same to her, she told herself. Luminara ignored the slight niggle of pain that bit at her. For some reason, having Jireya shut her out like that, even if she didn't know why, had hurt a little. Closing her eyes, she reached out to the Force, seeking her balance once more. She was a Jedi Master, and being unbalanced by emotional pain was unbecoming of her, she thought. For once, however, the feeling failed to vanish so easily. Oh! As soon as the door hissed shut behind him, Jireya stopped dead in his tracks and closed his eyes. He took a deep, shuddering breath, held it for a minute, before exhaling slowly. Stupid, 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 he thought, his mind a whirl of chaos. Of all the dumb things I could let myself do, developing feelings for her has got to be up there with the worst of them. Or down there, I suppose. When he had grasped Luminara's hand, his intentions truly had been nothing more than to express his gratitude to her for her friendship. She had become both a good friend and an excellent verbal sparring partner. Yet when he had actually been there, holding her warm hand, looking into her shockingly blue eyes, he had felt the stirrings of something familiar. Affection. More than just what he would feel for a friend. It wasn't love. Not yet. Jireya was no child, falling in and out of love as if someone had installed a revolving door, but he also was no fool. He had to face facts, and right now the fact facing him, and probably laughing its wretched ass off while doing so, was that he was developing romantic feelings for one Luminara Unduli. And that was unacceptable. You'd think after nearly 40 years of pining after Tsunade I would have learned my lesson, but no, he thought bitterly. No, I just had to start falling for yet another woman who won't have me. Ha! It seems my list of failures is about to grow longer still. A muffled curse from the cabin where he knew Naruto to be shook him from the black mire of his thoughts. It sounded as if his godson had flubbed his practice. Knowing him, Jireya had no doubt that he had gotten impatient and tried to rush the process. Judging by the faint sounds of metallic clicking and whirring, he had started again, hopefully with a modicum more of patience. Staring at the door, a fond smile crept stealthily over Jireya's face, heedless of his prior grim mood. It seemed Naruto's ability to bring out the best in people extended even to those he wasn't talking to, or even aware of. Jireya was consistently astonished at how hard it was for anyone, himself included, to remain ill-tempered while around the hyperactive young shinobi. Giving the door one last look, Jireya squared his shoulders and nodded his head firmly. So what if I'm destined to eternally fail at love? Jireya thought. So be it. I've been a failure at that, and damn near everything else, for over 40 years now. I'm used to it. I only need to succeed at one thing. Naruto. I won't let him down again as I have so many others. Whatever feelings for Luminara I may have buried in my heart can stay there. For now, I have a godson who I have to help grow into the best damn Jedi this galaxy has ever seen. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Oh. It was nearly 6 hours later that they finally dropped out of hyperspace for the last time. Naruto was in the cockpit, eagerly awaiting his first glimpse of a new planet since arriving on Coruscant a year prior. As he watched the blue tunnel of hyperspace fade into smeared starlines before resolving into a clear view of the fabled world, his first reaction was one of disappointment. Compared to the intricate, globe-spanning cityscape of Coruscant, or the beautiful, eclectic variety of Tython, Illum seemed plain, almost boring. It was mostly frozen, with vast swathes of blue-white ice fields stretching from both poles, encircling most of the planet in a frigid embrace. Nearer to the equator, a few dark green bands of what were presumably forests girdled the planet's warmer climes. Even from space though, Naruto got a sense of stillness, of emptiness. This was a cold, dark, unmoving world, frozen not only in ice, but also seemingly in time. Before he could give voice to these initial impressions, however, Naruto felt the presence of the icy planet wash against his force senses. He had not even needed to consciously reach out with the force to feel the vast beacon of power that emanated from the planet below. In stark contrast to its rather forbidding physical appearance, Illum's force presence was bright and clear, shining sharply against the backdrop of empty space. It rivaled even the presence of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant for sheer power and luminance. Unlike the temple, however, Illum's force presence was much more evenly distributed throughout the planet. There were areas where it concentrated, certainly, those spots glowing like hot embers against a warm background. Even away from those places though, the planet just shimmered in the force, like a vast diamond lit from within. "Whoa," Naruto breathed. "It's amazing. It's so bright." "Indeed," Luminara replied as she piloted their shuttle towards the icy surface. "Illum has always been exceptionally powerful in the Force. That is why the Jedi Order has always favored using Kyber crystals found here, rather than those available on Adega or Jedha." Naruto just nodded silently, still in awe of the feeling of the planet. As they descended, he noticed that Luminara was piloting the ship towards the largest and brightest of the embers. Its power felt at once as high as a mountain peak and as deep as an ocean trench. The closer the ship got to it, the more overwhelming it felt, almost as if he were drawing nearer and nearer to a sheer cliff face, a perilous drop into the unknown mere meters away. Finally he was forced to draw his sense back somewhat, lest he pitch off the edge. "Careful, youngling," Luminara warned. "You are still inexperienced with the Force. Places such as this can overwhelm you if you aren't ready for them. When the time comes, reach out slowly, and let the Force be your guide." "Yes, Master," Naruto said, feeling somewhat humbled in the face of such a Force nexus as this. He suddenly had a lot more respect for the various Jedi Knights and Masters he had met. If powers such as this were the sort of things that they could handle so casually, then there was clearly even more to them than he had previously thought. The thought that he would one day join such an elite group filled him with excitement. The rest of the landing cycle was silent, with Naruto eagerly contemplating the challenge ahead of him, while Luminara focused on navigating the often treacherous winds of Illum's gelid atmosphere. Fortunately she proved to be more than equal to the task, and a few turbulence-filled minutes later the shuttle touched down, the landing struts crunching through the deep snow. Looking out the front viewport, Naruto could see what he assumed was their destination. A few hundred meters away from their landing site, a large cliff face rose from the windswept tundra. It stood as an imposing frozen monolith, the blue-white gleam of the icy rime standing in stark contrast to the smooth gray of the bare stone. Though the cliff appeared barren and featureless at an initial glance, the Force told a very different story. Somewhere beyond those blocks of ice and stone lay the source of the power Naruto could feel. Even so, Naruto was still surprised, and a little disappointed, at the lack of any obvious entrance to the temple. "I thought there was supposed to be some huge, ancient Jedi temple here," he said, frowning suspiciously. "All I see is a bunch of frozen rocks. You're not messing with me, are you?" "Have patience, Naruto," Luminara said, dryly amused at Naruto of all people suspecting a prank. "I know you can feel the nexus behind the cliff. Trust that we are in the right place." Naruto squinted at her for a second, before deciding to accept her words. "Yes, Master," he said. "Good. Now go get your gear. We do not want to waste time. Shivering with excitement, Naruto ran to the entrance ramp, stopping only to grab a parka to ward off the bitter chill beyond the ship's hull and his pack full of supplies. He had all the equipment needed to build his lightsaber in his small backpack, save for the vital crystal. Once at the hatch, he saw Jireya standing near the exit, his own parka already zipped up. Naruto gave his godfather a concerned look, as the man had been unusually quiet for the last leg of their journey. Jireya clearly spotted the look, as he rolled his eyes and poked him in the shoulder. "What's with the frowny face, brat?" he asked. "Focus up, we've got important stuff to do." Before Naruto could reply, Luminara walked up, also wearing a thick coat. "We should go," she said. "It's best if we get this done before dark. Taking off at night is impossible on Illum with the blizzards, and spending the night in the temple isn't exactly comfortable." Naruto nodded and slipped his parka on over his tunic and flak vest. While he was far less bothered by heat and cold than even most Jedi, even he would find the temperatures on Illum intolerable. As soon as he was zipped up, Luminara opened the hatch to the outside. All thoughts of Jireya's odd behavior were instantly forgotten as the wind whipped them. Cold. Loud. White. Those were the thoughts that went through Naruto's head as he hustled down the ramp and onto the snow-covered ground. Every exposed bit of flesh instantly screamed in protest of the biting cold. His eyes squinted against the wind which drove snowflakes into his skin like a cloud of biting flies. Even through the insulating material of his parka, Naruto could feel the chill of the air. "Is it always this bad here?" he heard Jireya ask. "No," Luminara answered. "It's the middle of winter here right now. Normally younglings only come during the spring and summer." "I guess we're just lucky then," Jireya griped, pulling his hood tighter over his head. Naruto couldn't help but agree with his sentiment. This place sucked. Luckily for them, it was a fairly short walk to their destination. Even with the driving wind and cold clawing at them and slowing them down, it only took 10 minutes before Luminara held up her hand to stop their march, halting them a few meters from the base of the cliff. As she did, Naruto felt the texture of the ground beneath the snow change, becoming smoother. Upon closer inspection, he saw the vague outline of a circular carving embedded in the rock beneath the snow. He could make out faint traces of intricate carvings, but the covering of snow made discerning any details impossible. "We're here," Luminara said as she knelt to dust off part of the carving. "We must work together to access the temple. Reach out with the Force and let it guide you. You'll know what to do." Eager to be out of what was rapidly becoming a blizzard, both Naruto and Jireya closed their eyes and did as she instructed, feeling out with their Force senses. As soon as they contacted the nexus of the temple, Luminara's words became clear. Like water flowing through channels carved in rock, their power was guided through paths in the Force until it met what felt like a lever, waiting to be pulled. Working together, along with Luminara, they quickly managed to pull it. As soon as they did, a bass rumble boomed forth from the cliff. Shedding their coating of snow, the icy blocks of stone before them began to shift, sinking into unseen shafts in the ground. As they descended, they revealed the true entrance to the temple. 2 large slabs of rock, carved from the cliff face and polished smooth, rose above them. A circular cutout adorned the top third of the facade, and a thin dark line marked the separation between the two halves. In less than a minute the rumbling ceased, and the entirety of the entrance was exposed. "Well done, both of you," Luminara said. "Now follow me." She led them through a doorway at the base of the vast stone carvings that marked the entrance to the ancient Jedi stronghold. As soon as they were out of the reach of the wind, the difference was apparent. The air may have been barely any warmer, still well below freezing, but without the constant assault of the wind the cold was far easier to tolerate. The doorway led to a long hallway chiseled into the side of the cliff. They followed it as it speared deeper into the rock formation, until it opened upon a vast cylindrical chamber, clearly hewn from the solid rock of the cliff. A set of 4 enormous statues, all hooded and cloaked, stood guard at equal intervals throughout the cavernous room. Each carried a stone lightsaber, held as if in salute to those who stood before them. Above their heads hung a large crystal, suspended within an ancient-looking mechanism, with a number of smaller crystals around it. Together, the crystals and the ice served to cast the entire chamber in a blue glow. Lowering his hood, Naruto took in the sight of the ancient temple. Now that he was actually inside of it, he could feel how different it was from the Jedi temple on Coruscant. There the Force was warm, welcoming, and vibrant with the echoes of the many millennia worth of lives that had been lived in its halls. Standing in the Coruscant temple felt like standing in a forest at the height of spring. Compared to that, standing here Naruto felt more as though he were in a very small boat sailing upon a deep, calm ocean. It was pleasant enough, and there was no obvious danger, but it was clear that this was not a place for beings to live. To visit from time to time perhaps, to learn from certainly. But not to live. The Force shone here like a crystal, with cool, clear light. It was bright, yes, but also harsh and unforgiving. Across from them stood another doorway, this one blocked by a wall of ice. Naruto walked towards it, carefully extending his senses, mindful this time of Luminara's earlier warning. "That's the route to the Crystal Cave, isn't it?" he asked. "How are we supposed to get through there?" "Yes it is," Luminara responded, nodding approvingly. "As for how you two are to gain access, just watch." With that, Luminara waved one hand, reaching out with the Force. A shutter opened in the wall above them, casting a ray of sunlight on the large, central crystal. The gem glowed a brilliant yellow, scattering beams of light all around. Another gesture served to shift one of the smaller crystals into the path of one of the beams. It redirected it into the carved stone frame surrounding the sheet of ice blocking their path. The whole lintel lit up blue, and the ice rapidly began to melt and flow down the steps. In only a few seconds the doorway was clear, while the meltwater drained out of sight. "Through that passage lies the Crystal Cave," Luminara said. "As you can see, the entrance is already freezing over again." She spoke the truth. Even as they watched, Naruto and Jireya could see the wall of ice begin to slowly reform from the top of the carved doorway. "At this time of year, the entrance will freeze over completely before you manage to find your crystals and build your blades," Luminara continued. "Once you have completed your lightsaber you will be able to use it to cut through the ice. Until then, you will be trapped inside the caves." Jireya looked skeptical as he examined the entranceway. "I'm pretty sure a good Raisnon would smash through that ice no problem," he said. "You may be surprised," Luminara said cryptically. "Now, from here on you two are on your own. You will likely face fierce challenges while in the caves. No Jedi gains a crystal without proving themselves. The Crystal Cave is a mysterious place, so be ready for anything. Focus on finding your crystals and remember what you have been taught, it will guide you to your goal. May the Force be with you." Tightening the straps on his pack, Naruto confidently stepped forward and strode through the door. "Just you wait," he said loudly. "I'm going to make my lightsaber, I guarantee it. No old cave is going to beat me." "Damn straight brat," Jireya said, following right behind him. Luminara shook her head at their brash confidence, but said nothing. She merely watched silently as they walked into the caves until they passed out of sight. "Oh." Naruto exhaled with a shiver, his breath fogging in the chill of the cave. The sound of footsteps, both his and Jireya's, echoed off the hard rock walls that surrounded him, adding even further to the unsettling atmosphere that pervaded the ancient tunnels glancing. Around at the icy rock walls, eerily washed in blue light, he had to fight down a sudden burst of nervousness. The reckless confidence he had felt before entering seemed far away now, but stubborn determination took its place. He was Naruto Uzumaki, damn it, and he wasn't about to let fear start controlling him now. He'd finished with that back in the woods outside Konoha, after his first encounter with the demon brothers. After a few minutes though, he felt the need to break up the echoing silence. Nervousness he could deal with, but boredom remained a mortal adversary. "Aren't we supposed to feel drawn to our crystals?" he asked Jireya, his voice shockingly loud in the quiet tunnels. It added itself to the echoes, lending a hint of faint whispers to the distant clatter of their steps. "What are you asking me for?" Jireya asked back. "I know I'm awesomeness might make it hard to remember, but I'm not a Jedi Master. I know as much about this stuff as you do." "Ugh, fine," Naruto groaned. "Hold up, let me try and sense whatever it is I'm supposed to sense." "Okay, but hurry up, brat. My balls are freezing," Jireya said. "And you think mine aren't," Naruto muttered under his breath. He ignored his godfather's chuckle and closed his eyes to focus on the Force. His senses had grown significantly over the past year, but for something like this he still felt more confident while lightly meditating. Fortunately, he didn't need to go very deep, as he wasn't trying to glimpse the future or find anything too far away. It took only a few seconds of calm, even breathing before he sank lightly into the surface of the Force. It wasn't really even a true meditative trance, but it was sufficient to grant his Force senses extra clarity. He stretched out slowly at first, wary of being overwhelmed by the vast whirlpool of power that permeated the cave. Once he had acclimated himself to the feel of the Nexus, he opened himself up to the Force, asking for guidance. For all his practice in making a lightsaber, he had no actual idea what his crystal was supposed to feel like through the Force. He cast his net wide, hoping he would somehow just know which feeling indicated his crystal. The Force was smiling on him, it seemed, for no sooner had Naruto begun his search than he felt something in the Force. Something that was, in some undefinable but incontrovertible way, his. He could not have said what it was he actually was feeling at that moment, but he knew beyond any doubt that it was his crystal. "I've got it," he said. "At least, I think that's it." "It's your crystal," Jireya said. "If you think you feel it, then I trust you. Which way is it?" Naruto frowned and reached out for it again. After a moment's hesitation he pointed confidently down a branching tunnel to his left. "That way," he said. "But it, I think. Lower down. Like it's below us somehow." "Well, lead on," Jireya encouraged, gesturing him down the tunnel. "What about your crystal?" Naruto asked. "Don't you need to look for it?" "Don't worry about my crystal," Jireya said. "If you're right, then it's going to be a long walk to get to yours. I'm sure I'll feel something on the way. Now get going. We stay in here much longer and my testicles are going to be sharing living space with my kidneys." Naruto rolled his eyes at Jireya's moaning, but started down the tunnel. Unlike their earlier path, this one didn't seem to have any forks or offshoots. It wound deeper and deeper into the ground, seemingly stretching on without end. He could still sense that it was taking them towards his crystal though, so Naruto persevered. It was after perhaps 15 minutes of walking down the path that Naruto noticed something strange. The echoes caused by his and Jireya's footsteps changed. What was once a clamor following them down the tunnel faded and grew distant. The sounds of his breathing and his heartbeat became louder, it also distorted, as if he were hearing them underwater. "Do you hear that?" he asked. No one answered. He turned around to ask again and froze, eyes wide. Jireya was gone. "Hey! Where'd you go?" he yelled. "This isn't funny, you know. Come on out." There was no reply. "Jireya-sensei? Jireya-sensei, where are you?" Nothing. Just his own heartbeat, now racing in his ears. He was alone. Naruto raced back down the way he had just come. Maybe he had missed some side passage or hiding spot where his godfather was lurking, waiting to spring one of his stupid jokes. That had to be it. He'd find Jireya, kick his ass for pulling a prank at a time like this, and then everything would be fine. No matter how much he searched though, there were no hiding spots. No side passages. No Jireya. Okay, what the hell? He yelled. What's going on here? Isn't it obvious, Naruto Baka? A female voice said from behind him. A very familiar female voice. Naruto whirled around, only to start in surprise at what he saw. Rather than the relatively narrow tunnel he expected, he was looking at a large cavern, strange formations of rock and ice twisting out of the walls and floor. Even more startling than that though, was the figure who stood before him. With her red dress and pink hair it could only be one person. Sakura-chan. Isn't it obvious? Sakura repeated. Jireya-sama left you down here. He must not have wanted to deal with you anymore. Naruto just stood there dumbly, staring at someone he knew to be long dead. Every neuron in his brain seemed to have seized up. He barely even registered her words. Joy, sorrow, and confusion all welled up within him at once, paralyzing his thoughts. After a minute of staring at her, however, he forced himself to form words. Sakura-chan. Wadash. How are you here? He stuttered. You're dead. You died 50,000 years ago. His voice broke as he said this. Just seeing Sakura again was like taking a scouring pad to his emotions, leaving them raw and exposed. All the progress he had made moving on from the loss of Konoha seemed worthless now as he stared at someone he had never thought to see again. Someone he had once professed to love. Wow, have you somehow gotten dumber? She sneered. Do I look dead to you? Now Sakura, don't be cruel, another familiar voice said. It's only to be expected. You know Naruto's always been a little slow. For the second time in as many minutes, the sight of a dead person striding into view struck Naruto dumb. The last time he had seen that shock of silver hair had been shortly after he got out of the hospital following his fight with Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. But Yuri dead too. By now Naruto had passed beyond shock and was into the numb desserts that lay on the other side. His brain simply refused to process what was happening. Okay, what the fuck is this? Why are you guys here? How are you guys here? And where is Jireya? Oh Naruto, you still never listen, Kakashi said and shook his head. Didn't you hear Sakura? Jireya's gone. He left you down here. Naruto recoiled as if burned. What Kakashi was saying made no sense. He refused to believe it. That just wasn't possible. No. He wouldn't do that, Naruto shouted. Why would you say that? Why wouldn't he do that? Sakura asked, her green eyes pinning him in place. After all, why would he want a student who breaks his promises? Kakashi spoke up now, his one eye burning with contempt. Naruto shrank under that gaze, one he never thought to see from his beloved sensei. Look at you. I trusted you with my legacy, with my clan's legacy. I practically adopted you into my family. All because I believed in you and your promises. And what did you do? Naruto desperately wanted to cover his ears, but his hands were glued to his sides. He knew what Kakashi and Sakura were going to say. He'd said it to himself plenty of times. Hearing it from his teacher and his first crush was so much worse, though. His vision blurred as tears filmed his eyes. You vanished. You broke your word. Kakashi's voice cut like a frozen sword. He reached out and tore the mask from Naruto's face, fast as blinking. You never became Hokage. You never surpassed your father. And worst of all you never brought Sasuke back, Sakura finished with a murderous sneer. You promised me you would bring him back. You promised. And you lied. I didn't . You abandoned us. she shrieked. I was counting on you. Sasuke was counting on you. Naruto opened his mouth to defend himself, to deny the accusations that bit so deep. Before he could speak, though, a third voice sounded behind him. I suppose that's what happens when you rely on a dope like him, the voice said. The casual arrogance, the hated nickname, all of it combined to send Naruto spinning around, glaring harshly. Oh yeah? How about you say that to my face, team, he yelled before he could even think about it, the words forming with scarcely any conscious input. Sure enough, behind him stood Sasuke, duck butt haircut and all. There was something wrong, though. Even more wrong than 3 dead people showing up on an alien planet to insult and torment him. Sasuke's skin had never been this pale. His eyes, once the black of volcanic glass, were now a sickly yellow, with slits for pupils. Twin purple stripes extended from the inside corners of his eyes down his nose. Gone was the look of cool indifference, now replaced by a disturbing grin. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. Horror bubbled up in his gut. You're not Sasuke, he whispered. Kukyukyuku. Very good, Naruto-kun, the not Sasuke said. I guess there really is a brain in there, buried deep down. Do you recognize me? Orochimaru, Naruto said, his voice a low growl. What have you done with Sasuke, you snake bastard? Why, I did exactly what he asked me to do, of course. I gave him power. Power those fools in Konoha so selfishly denied him. Liar. You took over his body. Naruto roared. Yes, I suppose the poor boy was rather shocked when it came time for him to pay my price. He fought well, but in the end, no one came to rescue him. With a howl like a wounded animal, Naruto leapt forward. His fist barreled straight for Orochimaru's jaw. Give Sasuke back, you sick fuck. He roared. Orochimaru's grin widened, and he bent out of the way of Naruto's punch with his trademark inhuman flexibility. His retaliatory kick, delivered with casual nonchalance, sent Naruto slamming into a stalagmite. Spittle flew from his mouth when his back crashed into the unyielding rock. He shook off the impact and climbed to his feet. With a clenched fist, he pointed at Orochimaru. I told you to give him back. I'm gonna kick your ass until you do, ya hear me? Such spirit, Orochimaru said, his smile not fading an iota. But it's far too late, Naruto-kun. Sasuke is long gone. You already failed. Shut up. Naruto flew back at his opponent, swinging wildly. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Each scream was emphasized by a blow. Each blow missed, speeding past the snake Sunin's leering face. Naruto had never felt so useless. Even Jireya struggled to dodge all of his blows with such ease. How was this freak avoiding his strikes so easily? A glance at Orochimaru's eyes gave him his answer. Where before they had been yellow and slitted, the eyes of a snake, now they glowed a ruby red. 3 black tomo spun in each scarlet orb. The Sharingan. Orochimaru's whole reason for marking Sasuke and driving him to defect. Seeing his friend's eyes being used by that madman stoked Naruto's rage to new heights. For the first time in months, he felt the Kyuubi stir within him, its power a mere thought away from his grasp. I can feel your anger, Ninjin, the beast whispered in his mind. Take my power. Use it. Destroy your enemies. Naruto shook his head, trying desperately to ignore the demon's offer. It was tempting, oh so tempting, to take the Kyuubi's power and lay waste to Orochimaru. To watch the monster who had killed his grandfather and destroyed his team burn to ashes. But he couldn't. He was stronger than that. He had promised never to use that power again. Shut up, you stupid fox, he yelled in his own mind. I'd rather die than use your power again. We will see, the fox chuckled, its presence retreating to the depths of the seal. Naruto returned his focus to the fight, but his moment of distraction cost him. Orochimaru slithered past his latest punch, closing the distance between them in an instant. Naruto didn't even see the blow that hit him. All he felt was a surge of pain all over his body as his vision flashed white and then red. When he came back to himself, he was clear on the other side of the cavern, a trail of smashed icicles and broken stalagmites marking the path he had traveled. There he goes again, always charging in like an ox, getting his ass handed to him, Sakura said to Kakashi before she turned to address him. It's a little late for heroics now, isn't it, Naruto? Maybe if you'd been so determined when you fought Sasuke back when Orochimaru took him, you would have saved him. But you just had to go and disappear, didn't you? I did everything I could, Naruto wheezed, unable to move. I was going to bring him back, I swear. Orochimaru laughed, high and cold and cruel. He crossed the cave to where Naruto lay, still struggling to get to his feet. He said nothing, merely grabbed Naruto by the throat and lifted him off the ground. He studied the blonde's face for a moment, before throwing him hard into a wall. Cracks spider-webbed across the stone, and Naruto groaned weakly as he slid down the wall. Now Naruto, don't lie to your sensei, Kakashi said, looking down at him. You abandoned us. You abandoned your promises, you know you did. No, I swear. Naruto cried, the tears streaming down his face. It wasn't my fault. I didn't Turkey. Orochimaru stuck again, this time planting a brutal kick straight into Naruto's stomach. The young shinobi tried to scream from the pain, but all that came out was a mix of blood and bile. He curled into a ball, puking onto the cold stone of the ground. Orochimaru just watched and waited until the retching subsided. Not your fault? Who else's fault could it have been? Naruto-kun, the pale-skinned abomination finally said. After all, you were Sasuke's friend. His comrade. You never shut up about it. He kneeled down and punched Naruto across the face. Blood and saliva sprayed across the ground, adding to the mess that was already there. Naruto coughed and tried to fight back, but his body wouldn't listen to his brain. The pain was like a poison, sapping his strength and seizing his muscles. All he managed was a feeble twitch. Meanwhile, Sakura walked up to them. You remember the first real lesson that Kakashi-sensei taught us, right Naruto Baka? She asked. I guess not, since you left. Sasuke. To die. With each word her voice rose, until it became an inhuman shriek of rage and hate. She stomped on his chest and stomach, sending further waves of pain through Naruto's broken body. He curled into a ball, desperate to shield himself. He didn't want to hear these things. He didn't want to fight his friends. His thoughts just kept circling round and round, going nowhere. Why were they doing this? Orochimaru he could understand, but Sakura? Kakashi? They would never do something like this. Right? His former sensei's voice interrupted his thoughts, as the silver-haired Cyclops stepped forward. Since you've obviously forgotten my teachings, let me remind you, he said. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. The masked Jonin drew a kunai from his pouch and raised it above his head. As Naruto watched it descend towards his face, time seemed to slow to a crawl. The knife crept towards him, and dread filled his heart. He was going to die down here, killed by his friends, a failure. As the kunai inched closer to his face, a spark of defiance kindled inside of him. He didn't want to die alone in a frozen cave. He didn't want to die, period. So he had to do something about it. Sure, he was outnumbered, outmatched, badly beaten, and exhausted, but he was Naruto Uzumaki. He always had a trick up his sleeve, and in the last year he had learned some pretty impressive tricks. He focused past the pain that gripped his body, past the ache of his friend's harsh words, even past the fear of his imminent death via kunai to the eye socket. He pushed past all of those things. They were just useless distractions. Instead, he focused on the Force, on its soothing ebb and flow. He was down here to take the next step in becoming a Jedi, and that's exactly what he was going to do. So he used that determination, gathered the Force to himself, and pushed outwards with all his might. "I didn't abandon you," he screamed as Kakashi, Sakura, and Orochimaru went flying back, tumbling through the air. They each twisted around and landed on their feet looking no worse for wear, but at least he wasn't dead. "What did you say?" Sakura asked. Naruto blinked at her tone. It wasn't as hateful and biting as before. Now it almost seemed pleading. As if she wanted him to do something but couldn't say what it was. Something about what he'd said had gotten a reaction from her, one other than anger or accusations. As he thought about it, the answer seemed to click into place in his mind. "I didn't abandon you," Naruto repeated, more confident this time. "I never abandoned you. I left with Jireya-sensei so I could get stronger. Strong enough to keep my promises." "Heh. And then you disappeared," Sakura said, her gaze accusing. Naruto closed his eyes and pain clouded his features for a moment. He took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes, all the uncertainty had vanished. He met Sakura's gaze without flinching, sure of his words. "That wasn't my fault," he said, his voice calm and steady. "I blamed myself for a long time, but that wasn't my fault. Something dragged Jireya-sensei and I into the future, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. That's the truth. And that's not all." None of the three ghosts from his past moved. Sakura looked at him, her eyes now peaceful, perhaps even pleased. Kakashi was as inscrutable as a mountain stone, but that was hardly unusual for him. Orochimaru seemed frozen, neither twitching nor blinking. His stillness would have bothered Naruto had he not already realized the reality of the situation. "None of you are real," Naruto said. His voice cracked as he spoke, and tears once more blurred his vision, but he soldiered on regardless. As painful as it was, he needed to say this. He could not explain why, but in that moment, he felt it as clear as his need to breathe. "You're dead, all of you. You all died 50,000 years ago on another planet. This is just one of those tests Master Luminara and Master Yoda mentioned, isn't it? You're just a vision conjured by the cave for me to overcome." Silence reigned unchallenged in the cave for a long minute. Naruto didn't move, not even to wipe away the tears that were even now trickling down his cheeks. The ghosts, his ghosts he realized now, merely looked at him calmly, no trace of their former aggression now apparent. For a time, it appeared they would all stand there in the frozen cavern silently until they became part of the cave themselves. At last, however, Sakura, or at least the thing that looked and sounded like Sakura, broke the silence. "I guess you can still surprise me, Naruto," she said. "You really are the most unpredictable shinobi ever." "So wait, I was right?" Naruto asked, his eyes widening in surprise. Kakashi and Sakura both face vaulted at that. "You were just guessing," Sakura roared. Naruto grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. Maybe? I mean, I was pretty sure, but not 100%. I just went for it." Kakashi sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. "Only you, Naruto. Only you," he said, before brightening. "Still, I'm very proud of you. It takes guts to go with your instincts like that." Naruto smiled at the compliment. It was good to know that he could still surprise his old sensei, even if it was just some sort of force illusion. "So, does that mean I passed?" he asked. "What do you think, Dobe?" "It should be obvious, even to you," someone said from behind him. Naruto turned and saw who it was. "Sasuke," he said, surprise written all over his face. And it was Sasuke as he had been before Orochimaru poisoned his mind with the curse mark and seduced him with promises of power and vengeance. Gone was the pasty white skin, the purple clan markings, and the vile snake eyes. Also gone was the glint of madness and hatred that Naruto had seen burning in his friend's eyes when last they had met. After a few seconds, Naruto got over his shock and old instincts kicked in. Sasuke had just insulted him. Force illusion meant to test his mettle or not, Sasuke had just called him out. This called for a response, lest others think he was losing his edge. "If I knew what to think I wouldn't have asked the question, you damn team," he yelled. "If you know something I don't, how about you spit it out?" "HN," came Sasuke's response. Naruto's left eye twitched when he hears his friend's signature monosyllabic comeback. "Don't you HN me, you emo jerk. I've got stuff to do. I don't have time for your bullshit." Sasuke rolled his eyes and gave a long-suffering sigh. Anyone would think he had had to deal with this sort of thing before. "Sheesh dobe, don't be so loud," he said. "You want to know if you passed the test?" "That's what I said," Naruto replied, his impatience growing. Sasuke looked him dead in the eye and walked up to him. "Well, I guess you'll just have to find out," he said. Before Naruto could ask what he meant, Sasuke gave him a firm push backwards. Naruto tried to take a step back to regain his balance, only to find that the ground behind him had vanished. With a shocked yelp, he fell into the newly formed void. "Why, you bastard!" he yelled as he tumbled into the darkness. The last things he saw were his friends' faces looking down at him before the inky blackness swallowed them whole. "Oh! Damn it, where is that kid?" Jireya swore. He had been searching for Naruto for nearly 10 minutes now. They had been meandering through the caves until Jireya had decided to try to sense his crystal through the force. He had gotten a sense for it and Naruto had chosen to tag along with him while he looked for the elusive thing. As they were walking along though, Jireya had suddenly found himself alone in the caves, with no sign of where Naruto had gotten to. He had, naturally enough, immediately gone into a frenzy of searching. The last time Naruto had gone missing he had ended up trekking through the monster-infested bowels of Coruscant's undercity, before running afoul of a ring of slavers. Jireya didn't even want to consider the sort of trouble his errant godson might get up to in an ancient force nexus, surrounded by kyber crystals, with all the tools needed to build a lightsaber. Words like blast radius and apocalyptic sprang unbidden to his mind. He shivered and quickened his pace, redoubling his efforts to find Naruto. "That's it," he grumbled. "As soon as I find him, the first thing I'm doing is slapping a tracking seal on the brat." Despite all his formidable skills as a tracker, he could find no trace of where Naruto might have gone, or even that he had been following him at all. What was worse, he could swear that the caves seemed to shift about. There were passages in the walls that he was certain had not been there earlier, and turns where once there had been a straight path. The bare stone and ancient ice did not offer any footprints, and the force was so strong and vibrant down in the caves that it made sensing Naruto's location effectively impossible. Furthermore, Jireya was wary of trusting any of his senses in this place, be they physical or spiritual. He had done some research of his own into the Crystal Cave, and a common thread throughout the various reports of Jedi who had visited it was that the cave messed with your mind. Distance and direction were often impossible to determine, and visions were a near-universal guarantee for any force-sensitive being who entered the tunnels in search of a crystal. Given all that, he could not even be certain of when he and Naruto had been separated, or if he was looking in the right direction. "Damn, it's like being in a fucking genjutsu," he swore. "I can't track him if I can't even tell what's real or not." He wasn't willing to summon a toad to help him here. For one, none of the smaller toads did well in cold weather, and the tracking toads were usually small. For another, Jireya had no real desire to find out what would happen if he tried to rip open a hole in space-time and summon a force-sensitive creature from another dimension while in the middle of a powerful force nexus that was almost certainly messing with his head. As he had tried, and often failed, to explain to Naruto, summoning was dangerous and had to be performed with caution. As he tried to think of a solution to his dilemma, Jireya recalled Luminara's final words before they had gone into the caves. He stopped and tried to remember her exact words. Focus on finding your crystals and remember what you have been taught, it will guide you to your goal, he thought. As he thought about her advice now, it seemed to be more significant than he had first thought. He cast his mind back to the last year of training he had gone through. The most common piece of advice I got was always trust the Force or something like it, he thought. Master Yoda must have said that at least once a day for 6 months, usually more. With no other options that he could see, Jireya decided to follow Yoda's and Luminara's advice. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his mind, eliminating all distractions. It wasn't easy. His concern for Naruto coupled with his lingering confusion over his feelings for Luminara was not something easily dismissed. It was at times like this that he was actually grateful for all the Jedi training on dismissing emotions and finding serenity. While he found their near obsession with it somewhat disquieting, Jireya could freely admit it was a useful skill to have in many situations. Once he had successfully calmed his mind, he allowed himself to slip into a meditative trance. Much like Naruto, he still found divining the will of the Force a difficult proposition, and one best undertaken while meditating. After a minute or two of this, he felt his mind brush up against the currents of the Force. Unlike earlier, where he had specifically been searching for his crystal, this time Jireya merely opened himself up to the Force and waited to see what guidance it would provide. Nothing. He waited some more. Still nothing. He tried focusing on Naruto, hoping that the more limited scope of his search would yield answers. Nothing again. As he grew frustrated, Jireya realized that wasn't quite right. While the Force had shown him nothing new, the pull towards his crystal was now stronger than ever. Just as the thought occurred to him, the dull awareness of the distant Kyber shard became tinged with a sense of something. Urgency, perhaps. Maybe insistence. Whatever it was, Jireya was certain of one thing. The Force wanted him to find his crystal. Even when he once again focused on Naruto, seeking his location in the Force, all he got was a stronger and stronger urge to find the crystal. Whether doing so would lead him to Naruto or was simply that much more important than finding him, Jireya did not know. That said, he had no better ideas. Well, looks like I'm going rock hunting, he said to himself ruefully. You'd better be alright, Naruto. I'm trusting you to be alright. Jireya hesitated, though, and stared for a long moment down the tunnel where he thought he had last seen Naruto. After nearly a minute of standing stock still, frozen in indecision, he abruptly shook his head, as if dislodging a fly. Ah, what am I saying? Of course he'll be alright, he said cheerfully. Damn kid has got the luck of Kami, and my training on top of that. He'll be fine. His mind made up, Jireya set off back down the arrow-straight tunnel, following the pull of his crystal. His pace was swift, nearing a run. If finding Naruto meant finding this crystal, then he was damn well going to find it as fast as he could. After perhaps 10 minutes of walking, jogging really, Jireya heard a sound he had not expected to come across in the subterranean bowels of a frozen planet like Illum. Water. Specifically the gentle gurgle of water flowing over rocks, as if an underground stream lay ahead. As he emerged from the tunnel into a wider cavern, he found that was exactly the case. Cutting through the rock and ice of the cave floor, a small river flowed through the room. The water was clear as glass, making it near impossible to judge depth. From the bubbling cracks he could see on the riverbed, Jireya guessed natural hot springs warmed the water. The stream was perhaps 5 meters wide at the most, flowing slowly enough that the surface of the water had scarcely a ripple marring its polished surface. The overall effect was undeniably beautiful. The water cast rippling shadows and dappled the walls and ceiling with ever-shifting patterns of light and dark. Despite his haste, Jireya found himself transfixed by the ethereal wonder of the sight before him. He paused, gaping at the shimmering vista, just soaking it in. As a sage he always found the beauty of nature especially touching, and this moved him to his core. As he took in the view, he spotted a figure sitting on the bank of the river. Suspicious, he moved in closer to get a better look. There should have been no one in the caves aside from him and Naruto. When he got close enough to actually see the figure clearly, though, he froze. The breath stalled in his lungs, and he could have been carved from stone for all the movement he exhibited. The figure was a human woman, and a familiar one at that. An impossible one. Someone Jireya would have bet his life he would never have seen again. Golden blonde hair, honey-colored eyes, perfect breasts whose dimensions he could even now recite to the nearest millimeter. Every aspect of her, from her face to her body to her clothes, was exactly as he recalled it. Tsunade, he breathed, once he recalled how to form words. Yuri, this is impossible. The thing that looked like Tsunade frowned at him. He instinctively gulped in apprehension. Whatever this was, it had Tsunade's signature death glare down to a T. You're dead, he continued. This is just a force vision. I've just got to dash thwack ouch. Apparently fed up with his babbling, the Tsunade phantom had smacked him upside the head. It evidently had Tsunade's monstrous strength and legendary temper as well. Jireya blinked the stars out of his vision, a familiar feeling lump already rising on the back of his head. Is that any way to greet your old teammate? Tsunade roared. Did that feel like some hallucination to you? Ag, damn it. I forgot how much that hurt, Jireya complained loudly, before he refocused on Tsunade. What was that for, Hime? I didn't even say anything perverted. Tsunade's death glare shut him up, his jaw audibly clicking shut. She kept the expression up for several moments more, before she allowed her face to soften. It was for being rude, she said. We haven't seen each other for 50,000 years, and the first thing you say is that I'm not real? Forgive me for expecting a little more out of you. Jireya stood up with a grunt, still eyeing her warily. He wasn't yet convinced that this was actually Tsunade. Despite that though, he still felt the urge to trust her. Perhaps it was the cave, or perhaps it was simply the joy of seeing his longtime love once more, real or not. He didn't know, and he honestly didn't really care. Now, tell me what's been going on since you disappeared, Tsunade asked. How's Naruto doing? Jireya sighed and motioned for her to sit down. If she was really Tsunade, then he figured he owed her an explanation of the past year of his life. If she was merely a force vision, then according to everything he had read on the Crystal Cave he would have to actually work through whatever test she represented before he could move on. At that exact moment, he honestly didn't know which he would prefer. While actually speaking to Tsunade again would be wonderful, he was not looking forward to the pounding he would receive when he told her Naruto was currently missing. With that mildly terrifying thought in mind, Jireya sat across from his old teammate on the ground. He steeled his nerves for what was to come and began his story. He started with the night he had told Naruto the truth about his parentage and the events surrounding the Kyuubi's attack. Tsunade's face tightened upon hearing of how Naruto had cried, though she gave him a grateful smile when he related how he had helped the boy. She listened silently through the events of their time travel, as well as their finding the old site of Konoha and the ruins of the Hokage monument. A little pride shone in her eyes when he mentioned how many faces had been added over the years. Clearly their old village had prospered prior to its eventual destruction. When he described the ship that had swooped over their heads to land in front of them, it was the first time she actually looked shocked. Her eyes widened at the idea of such a device. The look only deepened when he described Quinlan, and especially Ayla. Wait, you're telling me she was an alien? An actual, Honest Takami space alien? Tsunade asked, clearly still skeptical. Well yeah, Jireya replied. She had blue skin, 2 tentacles instead of hair, and her looks. Her body. Oh man, it was just. He trailed off, lost in memory for a moment, old habits as a pervert resurfacing as he spoke to Tsunade. When a trickle of blood ran out of his nose and a perverted giggle escaped his lips, she cleared her throat loudly and flicked Jireya between the eyes, sending him sprawling. When he picked himself up off the ground once more, she gave him another glare. Focus, you pervert. I don't have time for your depravity right now. Jireya shook his head, clearing the ringing from his ears. Sorry. Anyway, yes, Ayla is an alien. A Twi'lek to be more specific. He explained how they had fought off the Flesh Raiders, and how Naruto had nearly lost himself to the Kyuubi before Ayla saved him. Tsunade clenched her fists, the knuckles turning white and the tendons standing out as she heard of her grandson's near miss. Her look of worry turned to pride though, when Jireya told her how Naruto had saved Ayla's life in return. It was a pride he shared with her, that of a parent seeing their child live up to and exceed their expectations, and a teacher watching their pupil overcome adversity and apply their lessons well. For what felt like many hours, but was in fact less than one, Jireya talked about their time with the Jedi. From Naruto's first misadventure with Ahsoka down in the Undercity to his newfound mechanical aptitude to the recent test and their journey to Illum, he relayed the major events of the last year to Tsunade. It was as he was describing their purpose on Illum that she asked the question he had rather been hoping to avoid. Where is Naruto anyway? I thought you said you came here together. Jireya grimaced before bracing himself for what was to come. Well, you see, we kind of got separated. I may not know exactly where he is right now. You what? You useless fool, where is Naruto? Tsunade's anger was even more impressive than he had anticipated. Her glare could have bored a hole in solid steel, and her chakra flared high enough to crack the surrounding stone. She oozed killing intent in waves, enough to even make Jireya sweat. He grit his teeth and pushed forward anyway. Don't worry, he's fine, Jireya said, trying desperately to placate her before she did something drastic, like collapse the entire cave system. I'd feel if he was in any real danger, and this is probably something he needs to do on his own. All I need to do is find my crystal and I'm sure I'll be able to find him. Tsunade shook her head violently, slashing her hand through the air. Absolutely not. We're going to look for him right now. Follow me. With that, she turned around and took off at a run, following the twists and turns of the underground river. Jireya sighed and took off after her, sprinting to catch up. As he ran, he noticed they were heading away from where he sensed his crystal. With every step he took, he could feel the force telling him to stop, to turn around and resume his search in the other direction. He grimaced and shouted after Tsunade. Damn it, Heim, it's not that way. I have to find the crystal first. It's the only way to find Naruto. Screw the crystal, Tsunade shouted back, not slowing her pace at all. I don't care if I have to smash this entire mountain range to pieces. I'm finding Naruto. Now come on, keep up. Jireya cursed under his breath. He could feel the urgency in the force now, pushing him to turn around. It waged war with his desperate desire to follow Tsunade, to work with her. Once more. It was like being torn in half, but it was hardly the first time he had been faced with a tough choice. This time, just like all those other times, he knew what he had to do. The difference was, this time, he also thought he just might have the strength to do it. So, with one last curse, Jireya stopped in his tracks. No, Tsunade, he said, his voice as but determined. Not this time. I know what I have to do. Go on if you want, but the Force is telling me to find my crystal if I want to find Naruto, and that's what I intend to do. Damn it, Jireya, I don't have time for some mystical crap, she yelled back. I am your Hokage. I order you to help me. Jireya went still. His hands clenched, and his shoulders trembled with tension. In his life, he had never actually disobeyed a direct order from the Hokage. Indeed, he had executed men who had. Finally though, he sighed and shook his head. No, you're not, Tsunade. 100 Hokages have lived and died since you wore the hat, and Konoha is long since gone. That part of my life is over now, and I need to accept that. Tsunade said nothing, merely looking at him. Her face was unreadable, but Jireya pushed on regardless. He could feel tears threatening to well up in his eyes, but he fought them down. If this truly was Tsunade's ghost, he would not let her last glimpse of him be marred with tears. I will always remember you fondly, Tsunade. But I have to go now. Goodbye. With that, he turned around and set off back down the path towards his crystal. He could see the river flowing on before him, carving a narrow straight channel through the rock as it flowed to its destination, wherever that may be. After several steps, he finally allowed the tears to fall. They traced paths of their own down his face and dripped silently onto the ground. Despite his sorrow, though, Jireya felt lighter by the second. His tears carried a grief and a turmoil he had not even truly been aware of anymore, and its sudden absence lifted a weight from his soul he only now could feel. As he followed the flow of the river, a smile joined the tears on his face. It started off as whispers. Jireya couldn't say exactly when he began to hear them, so soft were their words at first. Just the faintest hint of voices coloring the otherwise dull sounds of the cave, easily dismissed as his imagination. It was only after he had been walking for most of half an hour that he could no longer deny it. He was hearing voices whispering in the shadows. Even then, he could not immediately make out what they were saying. If he concentrated, though, he could just make out a few words and phrases here and there. None of it was reassuring. Failure. Abandoned him. Couldn't save. Weren't there. He shivered unconsciously. Something told him that his tests were not over yet, and he had an awful suspicion of what he was going to face next. It was something he had no desire to go through, but he saw no way around it. Not if he was going to find Naruto. Holding that goal in his mind, he walked on, ready to face whatever else the cave offered him. He didn't have to wait long. Less than 10 minutes later, he noticed the shadows around him growing deeper, darkening from mere patches of dimness to pools of inky, impenetrable blackness. They spread, spilling out across the walls and floor, swallowing all detail into a blank void. Jireya marched on, heedless of the encroaching darkness. He could still feel the pull of his crystal, and he was hardly going to let some 2-bit illusion deter him from his goal. Before long, he was walking in pitch blackness, unable to see anything aside from his own body and a small patch of ground beneath his feet. That, oddly enough, was perfectly visible, as if still lit by the same bluish glow that had illuminated the cave. That more than anything else convinced him that the shadows, and the whispers, were just another force illusion. The whispers had grown louder, and he could hear more words clearly now, but he resolutely ignored them. He had faced far greater terrors than some creepy voices in the shadows. It wasn't until he recognized one voice that he hesitated. It was a young, female voice, and one he hadn't heard since his time in Omegakure. "You didn't protect us, Konan," he whispered. As if summoned by her name, the blue-haired girl appeared out of the darkness. She looked exactly the same as when he had last seen her, a teenager just growing into adulthood. Her face was twisted with rage, and her amber eyes bored into his, the accusation in them obvious. "You left us," she spat. "You said we were ready, and you left us to die." Guilt welled up within him at that. A mere force vision she may have been, but her words didn't hurt any less. He had spent the past few decades regretting not bringing those 3 kids with him when he had gone back to Konoha, and her bitter recriminations brought that old hurt right back to the surface. Jireya sighed and looked away. "What, no apologies, sensei?" she asked, loading the last word with all the disgust and vitriol she could. "You're just going to leave again, like last time?" "Maybe he hopes we'll just die again if he walks away," another voice said. Jireya glanced in its direction, already knowing who it was. Sure enough, Yahiko was standing next to Konan, his orange hair a dead giveaway. Just like her, he looked at Jireya with naked hostility. "Is that it?" a third voice said. Completing the trio, Nagato materialized next to his old friends, his Rinnegan eyes shining with fury. "You can't stand to look at your failures, so you'll just move on and hope they disappear." "I suppose that shouldn't surprise us anymore," Konan said. "That's always been your strategy, hasn't it? Just run away and damn the consequences." Jireya wrenched himself away from the sight of his 3 former students. He still had a job to do, and apologizing to the ghosts of his past wasn't a part of it. As he walked on, he sought to ignore the 3 phantoms dogging his steps. They didn't exactly make it easy, though. "Run away all you like. It won't change anything," Nagato said. "After all, we're dead. We have all the time in the world. You know, maybe if you hadn't filled our heads with your ridiculous ideas about peace and cooperation, Hanzo wouldn't have killed us," Konan said. "Did you know we started our little revolution to make you proud? Are you proud of us, sensei?" "You should be," Yahiko growled. "After all, we followed your example. We went off on some idealistic crusade, failed miserably, and got all of our comrades killed. That is your specialty, right? Getting others killed because of your failures. At least we had the decency to die too. You just keep on running, leaving bodies in your wake." Jireya shook his head, unable to tune out the vicious accusations. They rang far too true for comfort, reflecting many of the secret fears and regrets that he normally kept well buried. Hearing them from the mouths of his beloved students, the first team he had ever taught, made it 1,000 times worse. "Oh, so you can hear us," Konan said, her tone mocking. "So tell us, why did you leave? Why did you leave us? Why, sensei? Why? Why? Why?" "Because I thought you were ready," Jireya shouted, unable to ignore them any longer. They stopped their yelling, but their faces remained unchanged. They just glared at him, blame etched into every angle of their faces. "I thought you were ready," Jireya repeated, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I thought I had taught you enough to survive, to find your way in the world. I had no idea you would try and overthrow Hanzo. Not like that. Not so soon, without honing your skills. I just wanted you guys to be able to look after yourselves. We told you we were going to end warfare and reform Omegakur," Yahiko shouted. "You even told Nagato that he was the Rakudo Sennin reborn. That he was prophesied to bring peace to the world. What exactly did you expect us to do?" "I don't know what I expected," Jireya admitted. "When I thought that Nagato was the child of prophecy, I was so excited I didn't even think it through. I just figured it would all work out somehow. I suppose I thought that you 3 would gather allies and win people over until Hanzo had no choice but to step down. I thought Nagato would be invincible, with the power of the Rinnegan and my training to rely on. TCH. Well, you know how that turned out," Nagato snorted contemptuously. "Looks like you were wrong." "It was hardly the last time either, was it?" Konan asked. "Tell me, how many of your students have you let die over the years?" Jireya winced at her question. Before he could even try to formulate a response, though, he saw a 4th figure emerge from the darkness behind Konan. Jireya froze when he recognized the newcomer. His white robes flapped in a non-existent breeze, and his broad, red-trimmed hat shadowed his face. "Oh, don't be so limited, my dear," he said. "After all, it's hardly just your students that you've let die, is it, Jireya?" "Sensei," Jireya breathed. He could hardly believe his eyes. Before him stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, the Kami no Shinobi, and his old teacher. Like the others, the old man's face was twisted in rage as he gazed upon Jireya. The look seemed especially out of place on his face, however, as Jireya always remembered him with his kind smile and easy laugh. Seeing that spiteful expression now was nearly as big of a shock as seeing Hiruzen in the first place. "You let your teacher die too," the old man continued. That's not true," Jireya protested, any thoughts of ignoring the accusations gone from his head. "I was there, protecting the village from Orochimaru right along with you. I was following your orders. And when you let Orochimaru escape from the village all those years ago, when you froze like a rabbit, were you following my orders then?" Hiruzen's voice could have etched stone, his tone was so caustic. Jireya swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry. Yet another old regret of his reared its ugly head. He considered his inability to stop Orochimaru from abandoning the village to be one of the greatest failures of his life. All he could offer were the same words he had given more than a decade earlier, when he had first reported his failure. "I just couldn't bring myself to attack him," he said weakly. "I still thought of him as my friend." "Your friend?" Hiruzen spat. "And tell me, how many hundreds, no, how many thousands of people do you think your friend killed? All because you couldn't finish the job when you had the chance." "I tried to fix it," Jireya said. "I spent years hunting him, trying to bring him down. I never stopped blaming myself for what he did. Never." Hiruzen let out a harsh bark of laughter. It contained no humor though, only bitter amusement and anger. As suddenly as it had come, it vanished again, and the deceased Hokage once again fixed Jireya with a venomous glare. "A fat lot of good that did, you blaming yourself. Did it bring back the dead? Did it get you any closer to catching your friend? No. You didn't spend years hunting him. You spent years failing. Failing his victims, failing your village, and failing me." His words were like knives to Jireya. They stabbed into him, cut out all his buried fears and regrets, and laid them bare to the harsh light of reality. All the excuses he used, layering them around his failures like armor until they no longer grated so painfully, those words shattered all of them. Jireya blinked back the sting of tears as he listened to his sensei's words. With a morose sigh, he turned away, focusing once more on the pull of his crystal. "I'm not listening to any more of this," he said shakily. "I still have a job to do, and it's more important than my old faults and failings. I have to find my crystal so I can get back to Naruto." "Oh, so you're concerned about Naruto now, huh?" Jireya nearly swallowed his tongue when a fifth figure appeared directly in front of him. With his spiky bling hair and piercing blue eyes, he first mistook him for his wayward student. A split second later, though, he realized he was looking at Minato, he gasped. "Now you feel the need to help my son," Minato hissed, heedless of Jireya's shock. "Now you want to be in his life. You abandoned him for 12 years, left him to a childhood of abuse and neglect, and you want to act like his family now." Jireya couldn't even flinch. Of all his failures, of all his mistakes, this one he knew was the most egregious. Abandoning Naruto was, by far, the greatest regret of his entire life. He had often wondered, usually in those moments of awful clarity that come right before sleep, what Minato and Kushina would say to him if they knew how he had shirked his duties. Many an awful scenario had haunted his dreams at night. Now, it seemed he was going to get to experience those nightmares for real. "Did you think he was ready?" Minato asked, unrelenting in his fury. "Were you protecting the village? Tell me, Why did you abandon my son? I. Jireya stuttered. Words just refused to come. He wanted to run, to flee from the horrible truth, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. Unbidden, a memory from a year ago played through his mind, of Naruto's face when he found out Jireya as his godfather. That look of confusion giving way to despair and anger as he realized that the one family member he had left had abandoned him. Worse than all of that, though, was that awful question he had asked. Why? Did I do something wrong? Even now, that question gnawed at him. That Naruto would ever believe that the way the villagers had treated him was his own fault said far more about the sorry state of his childhood than any amount of horror stories ever could. Replaying that moment again in his mind, Jireya once more grasped the sheer enormity of his failure when it came to Naruto. His face fell as the truth of Minato's words struck home. What right did he have now to act like a proper godfather? Was he really so foolish as to believe that a year's worth of training could ever make up for 12 years of cowardice and neglect? Minato leaned in, as if he could smell Jireya's mounting despair. Are you finally starting to understand? He asked. You are a failure. That is all you have ever been, and all you can ever be. You left us to die, Konan said. You failed as a teacher, Yahiko added. You allowed Orochimaru to escape, Hiruzen said. You failed as a student, Nagato added. And worst of all, you abandoned Naruto when he needed you, Minato said. Each statement came down like a death sentence. With each one, Jireya's head drooped lower and lower, his shame and regret weighing him down like anchors tied around his neck. When Minato delivered the final blow, however, something sparked within him. Once more his mind flashed back to that night when he had told Naruto the truth about his lineage. This time, however, instead of Naruto's look of defeated despair and confusion, or his terribly misinformed question, Jireya recalled what had happened shortly after that. He had given his reasons for leaving, both the bad ones and the good, and waited for Naruto to make the next move. The kid had kicked him square in the nuts, and he had thought that was it. That Naruto would hate him forever. Then something completely unexpected had happened. Naruto had hugged him. Jireya could still remember the feel of his godson's small arms wrapped around him, his body shaking with emotion. More importantly, he could practically still hear Naruto's words, the ones he had repeated over and over again. I have family. Jireya's shoulders straightened as he recalled those words. Naruto's tone had been so desperate, so relieved. He had latched onto that one fact, that he had at least some shred of family left in the world, with a zeal only available to those who had experienced true loneliness. Fixing those memories in his mind, Jireya stood up straight and looked directly at the four figures in front of him. They were still hurling abuse and accusations, but somehow they had lost their sting. Enough! He shouted, and his voice cut through the storm of insults like a knife. Enough! I have better things to do than listen to some whiny Force visions tell me things I already know. So you admit that you're a failure, then? Minato, or rather the illusion of Minato, asked. Oh sure, Jireya said. I've never denied that. I've failed as a student, a teacher, a soldier, an author, a lover, and as a godfather. Then how can you dash? But I'm here now, Jireya said, plowing on regardless of interruptions. Naruto let me be a part of his life. I'm the only family he has left, and I'm going to act like it. Right now, that means finding this damn crystal so I can get back to him. It doesn't matter. The Hiruzen thing shouted. You'll just fail again. No doubt, Jireya said calmly. I'm sure I'll fail in all sorts of new and spectacular ways in the future. But I'm done letting those failures define me. If there's one thing you can't help but pick up from hanging around Naruto, it's how to never give up, no matter what happens. You would dare speak of him to me, the Phantom of Minato said. His own father. I'm Dash. You are not Minato. None of you are the actual spirits of my old comrades. I'm honestly ashamed that I ever even suspected you might be. He pointed at the trio from Omegakur. Now it was Conan's turn to be pinned in place by his stare. If you three were really my first students, then Nagato and Yahiko would both be doing their whole lovesick puppy routine around Conan. She'd act like she hated it, while she secretly soaked up the attention, especially from Yahiko. His finger jabbed at Hiruzen now. If the old monkey were really here, he'd have no doubt turned this whole thing into some absurd teaching moment. Doubtless he'd utter some obscure pearl of wisdom that I wouldn't understand for a decade or so. Finally, he turned his attention back to Minato. As for you, if Minato's spirit were really here, he wouldn't be wasting time yelling at me. He'd be with Naruto, getting to know his son and coming up with really dumb names for his techniques. You lot are nothing but force visions meant to test me, and I'm giving myself a passing grade. So long. With that, Jireya turned back toward his crystal and started walking. The illusions, which had finally fallen silent at his rant, did not follow him. The whispers stopped, and the impenetrable darkness receded. What had once been a mere 2-meter-wide circle of illuminated ground beneath his feet rapidly expanded, and the dim shapes of the cave walls emerged from the gloom. The shadows seemed to retreat down the tunnel as he walked. When they finally vanished completely, they revealed a pleasant surprise waiting for him. The tunnel stopped at a dead end, a smooth wall of stone capping off the passage. What Jireya found more interesting, however, was the bright green glow that shone from a crevice in the wall. The glow called to him, filling his mind with a sense of rightness, of belonging. It was the same feeling he had been following ever since he had gotten separated from Naruto. There was no doubt about it. He had found his crystal. Eager not to waste any more time, he rushed over to the wall to examine the crevice wherein his crystal lay. At such a close distance he could practically hear Tot singing to him in the Force, a continuous pure chime, like the last note of a bell before it faded away, stretched on indefinitely. Jireya could almost feel his being resonating to the same frequency. He could tell at a glance that the crevice was too narrow for him to fit his fingers through. He reached out with his hand, while at the same time extending himself through the Force. It took him a few seconds to get a feel for what he was doing, but before too long he had a firm, if non-physical, grasp on his crystal. Once he was confident that he would not mess anything up, he gently began to work the shard of Kyber out of its resting place. The pace was slow, as the crystal was lodged deep in the wall, and barely fit through the narrower sections of the crack. Eventually, though, by dint of much patience and concentration, Jireya saw the tip of a glowing green gem poke out of the crevice. A few more seconds of work served to free it entirely, and it floated into his waiting hand. It was about the size of his thumb, he saw as he examined it. Much like the weapon it would soon form the heart of, it was heavier than it first appeared. It sat in the hand more like a chunk of metal than a shard of crystal. A faint warmth emanated from its depths, along with a gently pulsing green glow. While Jireya was hardly an expert in judging gemstones, to his eyes it seemed perfect in every respect. He reluctantly shook himself from admiring the crystal he had spent so many hours searching for. While he felt he could have gazed at it forever, he still had work to do before he could leave. He shucked his pack and opened it up. Inside lay the various components he would need to fully assemble his lightsaber. "All right then," he said as he laid out the pieces on a cloth. "Time to work." Oh. Naruto wasn't entirely sure what had happened. One moment he had been falling through the dark, flailing around for any handhold. The next thing he knew, he was sliding down an ice-slicked slope that twisted and wound its way into the earth. He couldn't remember actually landing, but he had no time to dwell on the weirdness of his situation. Even as he adjusted to sliding down the ice chute, he spotted something which had him muttering every curse he knew. Ahead of him, and getting closer by the second, there was a gap in the slide. A break of about 10 meters, where the stone and ice had apparently succumbed to the ravages of time. He could tell at a single glance it was too far for his momentum to safely carry him to the other side. He would have to jump. He couldn't risk using Chakra to strengthen his muscles. Naruto was relying on his force senses to guide him towards his crystal. Using Chakra would blind him to its location, and with how much focus this slide was taking, he wouldn't be able to find it again until he came to the end. By then, it could very well be too late. Fortunately, augmenting his physical abilities with the Force was one area Naruto was quite confident in. He watched and waited as the gap got closer and closer. 100 meters. 80-50. 20-10. 5 now. With a grunt of effort, Naruto propelled himself over the void. The Force flowed exactly as he had wanted and extended his jump from being merely impressive to physically improbable. He sailed through the air, reveling in the brief feeling of flight and weightlessness. He easily cleared the gap and came in to land back on the icy slope. Briefly, Naruto wished he had a clone watching him as he did this. He was sure it must have looked awesome. Then he landed. On his ass. Hard. Gah. Damn it. Note to self, he thought. When tailbone meets frozen rock wins. Boy, am I glad no one was around to see that. Over the next few minutes, he had to clear several more jumps just like that one. Despite his initial poor landing, he had been right to use the Force rather than Chakra to empower his jumps. A dozen times or more, the slide split and forked off in different directions. It was only by focusing on the pull of his crystal that Naruto knew which paths to take. Still, winding though his route may have been, he could feel his crystal growing ever nearer. Finally, after sliding for long enough that his butt was growing numb from the cold, Naruto reached the end of the slope. It deposited him in a round, nearly featureless cavern, about 20 meters across. Aside from a few scattered stalagmites and a couple of small pools, it had no real standout features. Despite its plain appearance, Naruto could tell that his crystal was somewhere in the room. Its presence surrounded him. It was like standing in a pool of warm sunlight, or being enveloped in the smell of freshly made ramen. It was unlike anything he had ever felt through the Force. There was only one problem. Where was the damn thing? There was nothing to show where in the cave his crystal was located. No glowing rock, no soft chime, no irresistible pull towards one spot, nothing. He frowned and walked around the room, hoping to find something to go on. He checked each of the stalagmites and looked into every pool of water. Nothing. He tried walking in a grid pattern, hoping to feel a pull one way or another. Still nothing. He even examined the walls, trying to find a hole or a loose stone that might hide his crystal. More nothing. Okay, what the hell is going on here? Naruto yelled. Where is this damn thing? Wow, someone said from behind him. You are really pathetic. Naruto whirled around and readied himself for an attack. After what had happened with the visions of his old teammates, he was taking no chances. While he could not immediately place the voice, something about it seemed familiar. He immediately spotted the source of the voice. A figure perched on one stalagmite like a bird. As he took in the person's features though, Naruto froze. It became immediately apparent why the voice had sounded so familiar, yet at the same time, difficult to identify. You're me. Naruto yelled, shocked at what he was seeing. The person on the stalagmite was him, but it also wasn't. There were several key differences between him and the mysterious doppelganger. The first and most obvious difference was in their general state of dress and cleanliness. While both of them were wearing a Jedi tunic with a Konoha Chunin flak vest over top of it, and a Konoha forehead protector on their heads. However, while Naruto's clothing was in good condition, if a little dirty from the day's events, his doppelganger's clothing looked like it had been through a war. It was ripped and torn, with burn marks here and there. Mud and blood stains marred the tattered clothes, along with his hair and face. It was in his hair and face that the next major difference lay. While Naruto's hair was definitely longer than the typical male Jedi youngling, the other's was downright shaggy. It hung past his shoulders, matted and filthy. It looked as if he had not had a haircut in well over a year. The differences in their faces were what Naruto found truly unnerving, however. The doppelganger's whisker marks were thicker and more feral looking. His teeth, which were exposed in a savage-looking grin, were longer, looking more like fangs. His eyes were the worst, though. Unlike Naruto's sapphire blue eyes, his were red, with slit pupils and black sclera. They glowed with barely restrained hatred, and more than a hint of madness. Those were the eyes of a savage animal, not a human. Accompanying his more brutal appearance was a truly horrible Force presence. Naruto had little experience in differentiating the feel of different beings through the Force, but he could never mistake what he felt now as anything but evil. It slithered over his skin like cold, rancid oil. He almost wanted to retch from the feel of it. There was no happiness, no calm, just pure hatred and anger, all congealed into a single presence. It could not have been more obviously of the dark side if there had been a giant neon sign. "What are you?" Naruto demanded. "Who are you?" Kyuubi. So impatient, the evil copy of him said. "And so stupid. What do I look like, dumb fuck? Do I look like that fucking fox? Are there tails growing out of my ass? I'm you, dipshit. You as you should be. What are you talking about? I'm nothing like you. You're dash evil? Is that what you were going to say? Or maybe you think I'm possessed by the fox?" Naruto glared at the mocking tone, but stood his ground. He didn't know what was going on, but he didn't want to be surprised. Nothing in the caves had made much sense so far, but he was fairly sure this thing was the last obstacle between him and his crystal. He didn't want to just charge in like some hothead. "I suppose you would think that. After all, you still believe in things like good and evil, right and wrong. Honestly, it makes me sick just to look at you." "What are you talking about, jackass? Start making sense, or I'm gonna kick your ass." Okay, so maybe he was still a little hot-headed. That was fine. No one wanted to be some stone-cold brick wall, anyway. Then you'd be like Neji. Or worse, the emo team. Ick. The Kyuubi, the dark side, anger, hatred, all of it is power. Just power. And I took that power for myself, so no one could ever hurt me again. So I could live my life however the fuck I want. Now there's just one obstacle. You. As soon as he said that, the doppelganger leaped down from his perch on the stalagmite and landed noiselessly on the ground. Naruto tensed, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The evil version of him just stood there, though, glaring a hole in his head. "If I kill you, I get to live. I get to be free. I'm gonna take everything this galaxy has to offer, and no one will ever take anything from me again." That doesn't make any sense. You're just some Force vision I have to get through to get my damn crystal. You can't just become real if you kill me. It doesn't work like that. Oh, it doesn't, huh? Let's find out. Suddenly, the doppelganger held a lightsaber. He activated it, and it bathed the whole cave in a crimson glow. The pools became puddles of blood, while the stalagmites turned to blood-stained fangs tearing through the ground. Naruto barely had time for a single phrase as the evil copy charged towards him. "Oh criff." Then the doppelganger was on him, his light flashing wildly. Naruto backpedaled furiously, trying to stay out of the reach of the deadly arc of red plasma. The copy was fast, though, just as fast as him. Before Naruto had gone 5 steps, he had to duck to avoid being decapitated. It was a near miss, and the lightsaber scorched some of his hair. The smell filled Naruto's nostrils, making his eyes water. He took advantage of being crouched low to the ground and tried to sweep his opponent's legs out from under him. The copy jumped over his leg though, and blocked his follow-up kick. The two struggled for a few seconds, deadlocked against each other. Finally, with a grunt of exertion, both fighters sprang back to regroup from their first exchange. The doppelganger had the advantage, Naruto knew. They seemed evenly matched in both speed and strength, which made sense, he supposed. After all, they were identical. The problem lay in the lightsaber. Naruto had a set of kunai and shuriken, but he had nothing that could defend against a lightsaber. That only left him with dodging and attacking any gaps in his enemy's defense. He had to even the playing field somehow. The answer came to him immediately. His chakra. He didn't care how fast and strong this weird, evil version of him was, there was no way it could handle getting dog-piled by 1,000 shadow clones. Even with the lightsaber, at least one would get a hit in. His confidence restored, Naruto pulled his force presence back into his own body in order to generate chakra. That was when everything went wrong. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. The force just wouldn't obey. It resisted all of his attempts to channel it through his cells into a chakra network. He didn't understand. This had never happened before. It was always easy to switch to using chakra, way easier than going the other way. Something was keeping him from using chakra. Double criff. Naruto felt a pit of dread curdle in his stomach. He nearly panicked. Not being able to use chakra was like having his lungs removed or his eyes gouged out. It was a nightmare, right? Up there with the Kyuubi taking him over. He would have broken down and had an epic freak out, but the sight of a red lightsaber stabbing towards his heart proved to be a highly effective distraction. His self-preservation instincts hijacked his gibbering brain, took a quick stock of the situation, and leaned hard on the lever marked jump. Jump Naruto did. He practically left an afterimage of himself from leaving the ground so fast. He shot up so high that he had to twist in midair and rebound off the ceiling, or else he would have cracked his head open. Still acting more or less on instinct, Naruto pushed off of the ceiling and launched himself back towards his opponent, his fist cocked back to deliver a devastating blow. The doppelganger tried to dodge, but Naruto was traveling too fast. His punch caught the evil twin on the shoulder and sent him spinning like a top. He landed on his feet though, and wasted no time in charging at Naruto once again. Naruto soon found himself right back where he had started, dodging vicious swings from the red blade, each one meant to kill him. As he dodged, his mind raced, and he desperately tried to think of a way out of his predicament. Come on, come on. Think, damn it. What do I do? He flung a handful of shuriken at his attacker to buy some time and distance. The doppelganger just slashed them out of the air with his lightsaber. The crimson blade moved so fast that, for a moment, it became a solid wall of ruby energy. Naruto's attack had not been completely in vain, however. Unlike blaster bolts, the shuriken were solid metal, and they melted or vaporized rather than being deflected. Naruto heard a scream of pain from behind him and risked a backwards glance. It seemed some of the molten steel had splashed onto his copy's face. Arg! The doppelganger screamed. You little shit. That fucking hurt. You're gonna fucking die slowly for that. Naruto ignored the insane howls from behind him. Instead, he concentrated on his training, trying to devise a strategy. Okay, what was it Jireya-sensei is always saying? Analyze my opponents and search for weaknesses? Let's try that. It's better than playing dodge the lightsaber until he cuts me in half. With that in mind, Naruto began a deadly dance with the murderous look-alike. He spent most of his time dodging wild slashes and thrusts, often by very uncomfortable margins. He had to stay close enough to get a good look at how the doppelganger moved, and that meant flirting with painful dismemberment far more often than he would have liked. It wasn't all just dodging, though. Whenever an opportunity presented itself, Naruto would go on the offensive. The clone drove him back quickly each time, but Naruto still landed a fair few blows. Sadly, none of them seemed to do more than wind the enraged doppelganger, driving him to ever greater heights of fury. Overall, they seemed fairly evenly matched. As the fight went on, however, Naruto noticed a pattern. The doppelganger was sloppy. There was no other word for it. Sure, his attacks were fast, strong, and brutal, but they had no proper form. There was never a proper sequence, never a feint or a trap, not even a single attempt at strategy. It was all just random slashes and thrusts, with no effort given to defense. Naruto had actually landed far more blows than his enemy, taking advantage of massive holes in the copy's defenses. The evil bastard just seemed to soak them up and push on, relentless in his quest to kill Naruto. Another thing Naruto noticed was how much the doppelganger relied on his lightsaber. He only ever attacked with his weapon, never with his hands or feet. Even when Naruto moved in to deliver his own hits, the copy would use his lightsaber to try to block the incoming blows. He never tried to dodge or defend himself with his bare hands, even when it would have been far better to do so. Despite how much he relied on the weapon, it seemed ill-suited for him. He was constantly adjusting his grip, as if he couldn't find a comfortable place for his hands. The hilt slipped back and forth as he swung, a sure sign of a poor match between blade and wielder. With those observations, Naruto put together a plan. He could see how to beat this guy. The only problem was how to do it without dying. Even with all of his obvious weaknesses, the doppelganger still held the advantage. With such a superior weapon, all it would take was one mistake on Naruto's part and he would be lying on the ground in pieces. Well, I'll get nowhere if I don't try, Naruto thought. Step 1, tire him out. Something else Naruto had noticed was that the copy was, in fact, getting tired. He didn't know how that was possible, since he was still sure that it was just a force vision, but it didn't matter in the end. The animalistic creep had a stamina limit, so Naruto would force him to reach it. He sank as deeply into the force as he could. Surprisingly, connecting to the force was easier here than he had ever felt. It was almost as if something was trying to drag his force presence into the larger world, encouraging him to delve into the flow. Naruto did not know what to make of it, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. With Chakra out of his reach, he would take any advantage he could get. With his deepening connection to the Force, Naruto's precognition played a telling role in the fight. He just knew when and where the copy would attack, which made dodging far less perilous. It was like what he imagined having both a Byakugan and a Sharingan at the same time would be like, near total awareness coupled with a glimpse into the future. He pushed his limits more and more as time went on. When the doppelganger went in for a thrust, Naruto slid directly beneath it, leaving only the slimmest of margins between his head and the humming blade. Before the doppelganger could react, he snapped off a kick straight up into his solar plexus. The red-eyed bastard doubled over as all the air left his lungs in an instant. Naruto jumped to his feet and slammed his knee straight into the copy's face. He heard a crunch of bone and cartilage, and felt the doppelganger's nose break. The evil maniac wheezed in pain, unable to find the breath to scream. Blood and snot dropped down his face as he glared at Naruto. He wasn't out of the fight just yet, though. With a murderous roar, he launched himself at Naruto, slashing with furious abandon. His pain and anger seemed to give him even more fuel, as his speed had increased markedly. Even with his newly enhanced precognition, Naruto still had to push himself to his limits to stay alive. His clothes picked up several new scorch marks from near misses with the lightsaber. The new speed had a cost, though. For all that he was pushing Naruto back, the doppelganger was leaving even more openings than before. He had abandoned even the barest presence of defending himself, instead giving everything he had to an overwhelming offense. Naruto took full advantage of the slew of opportunities and landed as many hits as he could manage. A downward slash, dodge left, 2 punches to the ribs. A cut to the waist, jump over, flying knee to the face. A rising slice, slip right, kick to the stomach. On and on it went, with Naruto landing more and more hits on his opponent. The evil copy was tough, but even he couldn't last forever under such an assault. Slowly but surely, he began to flag. His breathing became ragged. His attacks grew slower and clumsier. Sweat poured off of him. Naruto, on the other hand, was still relatively fresh. They had both been working just as hard, but Naruto hadn't been taking a beating the whole time. Well, that's step 1 completed, Naruto thought when he judged his enemy was sufficiently exhausted. Damn him, he's tough. He took most of those hits like they were nothing. Still, it's time for step 2. Make him mad. Or madder at least. When it came to making people frothing at the mouth furious, be they enemies, friends, or random passers-by, Naruto considered himself something of an expert. He had all sorts of tools and tactics he could use for the purpose, ranging from exploding paintballs to stink bombs. For this fight, though, he chose his oldest and deadliest weapon. He opened his mouth. "Damn, you're pretty pathetic," he said. "I mean, do you like being punched in the face? Because it sure seems like it." The doppelganger snarled back at him and jumped in with a powerful slash. Naruto dodged out of the way, being sure to make it look far easier than it had actually been. "Wait, you're not a masochist, are you?" he asked. "Are you getting off on this? You're definitely sick enough, but that would just be ick. Man, you're just all kinds of fucked up." "Shut your fucking mouth," the doppelganger roared. "I'm gonna kill you, you worthless shit stain." Naruto jumped to the top of one of the stalagmites and gave a cheeky wave. "You keep saying that, but you're terrible at it," he said. "I mean really terrible. Just plain fucking awful. All you've killed so far are a bunch of rocks." The doppelganger made to cut Naruto in half vertically. The former shinobi flipped over his head and landed delicately on one of the other spires. The one he had just vacated fell to the floor in 2 pieces, having been neatly bifurcated by the vicious strike. In the confined space of the cave, the boom was deafening. It echoed off the rock walls, adding an eerie soundtrack to the already creepy lighting. "There you go again, killing rocks," Naruto mocked. "Seriously, do you have some sort of problem with rocks? Is this like a childhood trauma thing we need to unpack? Maybe you should see a therapist. Hating rocks can't be healthy. Die." Once again, Naruto jumped to another stalagmite just as the crazed doppelganger destroyed the one he had been on. This time, the doppelganger slashed at the base of the spire, probably in an attempt to unbalance him. Once more, the cave echoed with the death throes of a stalagmite as several tons of stone hit the ground. Between the red light casting the stone spires as gore-stained teeth and the fading rumble sounding like a predatory growl, it felt as though they were fighting in the mouth of some enormous beast. "You know what, I'm going to call you Rocky," Naruto said. "That's your name now, Rocky the Masochist. Or is that last bit something you want to keep private? Shut up." Boom. "Wow, you almost had me that time, Rocky. Maybe if you aimed a little better, and didn't suck so much, you'd be able to get me. Fuck you." Boom. This time, rather than landing on the top of his new stalagmite, Naruto clung to the side, right below the tip. Rocky was panting heavily, exhaustion and anger taking their toll. It was clear from the look in his eyes that he had lost any grip he once had on sanity. His rage and bloodlust had completely consumed him. Naruto smirked as he beheld his work with satisfaction. "One more push ought to do it." "Rocky, You are way too hot-headed, he said, adopting the tone of a condescending teacher. And that's coming from me. You definitely need to cool off. As he spoke, Naruto used the force to splash the water from one of the pools right into Rocky's face. Controlling fluids was harder than solids, but creating a simple wave was easy enough. The ice-cold water seemed to briefly stun the now soaking wet Rocky. He just stood silently for a second, as if frozen him solid. Then his head jerked up to look at Naruto. "Greyayuk," he roared. The last threads of his sanity had snapped. He leaped at Naruto, his lightsaber cocked back to deliver a deadly horizontal slash right to Naruto's neck. The surrounding force boiled with blind anger and animal rage. "Got you," Naruto thought, as he spun to the other side of the stalagmite. Just as with all the previous times, Naruto dodged the incoming attack. This time, however, he didn't leap straight to another perch. Instead, he flipped straight up, while maintaining a grip near the top of the stalagmite. The lightsaber passed just a few inches below his fingers, cleaving straight through the entire width of the stone spire in an instant. Suddenly, the rock Naruto was holding wasn't connected to the rest of the stalagmite. As soon as he felt the tip of the stalagmite come free, Naruto kicked his legs down to rotate in the air. As he turned, he kept his grip on the pointed rock, and lifted off the rest of the spire. He continued the motion until he was once more right side up. With the additional weight of the rock he was holding, his movement was slow, but Rocky was exhausted, battered, and blinded by rage. The violent doppelganger didn't even try to dodge. He was oblivious to the threat of Naruto, right above him, holding a sharp rock. Naruto didn't hesitate, and drove his impromptu weapon down into Rocky's shoulder as hard as he could. Between the force of his stab and the weight of the rock, it tore straight through the tattered flak vest and sank deep into Rocky's torso. "Aargh!" the doppelganger screamed. He didn't even sound human. His yell of pain sounded more like the cry of a wounded animal. Naruto didn't have time to feel pity though. Instead, he sent out the strongest force push he could, straight at the wounded Rocky. The doppelganger turned into a blurred streak as he shot across the cave. In less than a second, he smashed into the opposite wall with enough force to crack the stone. As he slid to the ground, he left a streak of blood on the wall. Naruto landed on his feet, panting heavily. The fight had taken a lot out of him, especially his last use of the force. His technique still wasn't great, and he wasted a lot of energy when he used the force like that. Still, he forced himself to check on Rocky to make sure he was defeated. The last thing he needed was to be taken down because he dropped his guard. He relaxed when he saw the state the doppelganger was in, though. Rocky had blood pouring from both his shoulder and his mouth. His face was a blood-smeared mess, his nose smashed almost flat, and his eyes nearly swollen shut. His right arm was lying limp and useless, as the improvised knife had clearly severed some nerves. The rest of his limbs moved feebly, but he clearly could not stand. When he looked at Naruto, the madness had vanished from his eyes, leaving only bitter hatred and resignation. "What are you waiting for?" he wheezed. Blood sprayed out of his mouth with every word. "Finish it. Kill me." Naruto looked at him for a long moment, his face expressionless. After a minute, he shook his head. "No," he said. "I'm not going to do that." Rocky's eyes widened in shock before he growled weakly. "Bastard, don't mock me. Just do it." Naruto shook his head again. "No. It's not the Jedi way." "You fucking stupid piece of shit. I should. Just fucking." Rocky swore violently. He raged as best he could before his tirade dissolved into a fit of wet coughing. When he had recovered, he glared at Naruto with contempt. "Don't kid yourself with that Jedi bullshit," he wheezed. "I know better. After all, you and I are the same per dash." "I am nothing like you," Naruto shouted. Rocky didn't reply, and just smirked at his outburst. Naruto took a deep, calming breath. "I am not like you," he repeated, though this time his tone was calm. "Maybe once I could have turned into you. Hell, maybe I still could. But that doesn't matter, because right here, right now, I am not like you at all. I never will be." The two just stared at each other for a few minutes, one in anger, and the other with caution. Finally, after the silence had long since become uncomfortable, Naruto made to turn away. Just as he did, though, he heard Rocky begin to speak. "How remarkable! You truly are as foolish as you appear." Naruto turned back around in a flash. Whatever was speaking, it certainly didn't sound like Rocky had. Indeed, it didn't sound like anyone or anything that Naruto had ever heard before. The words seemed to slip straight into his mind without going through the bother of passing through his ears first. What he saw stilled him in an instant. The image of his foe faded away, replaced by the form of a tall, bald man, clad in dark armor, with burning embers for eyes. Had Naruto not been frozen in place, he would have collapsed to the ground from the sheer presence the man had. He filled the cave like an iceberg made of fire. Cold, burning rage and a vicious hunger radiated off of him, along with immense power. It even dwarfed Anakin's strength in the Force. "I tried to show you the truth. I tried to show you the power of the dark. The inevitability of it. You should have listened." Naruto didn't know where he found the strength to speak. Ice water had filled his lungs, his throat practically burned from the air. Nevertheless, he summoned up the will to croak out a few words. "I don't know who you are, but I'll never listen to you," he said. He tried for a defiant yell, but his voice came out as a dry, scratchy whisper. The man, if he could even be called that, growled at his defiance. His eyes glowed like two miniature bonfires, and shadows seemed to bend towards him. He drew himself up and made as if to attack Naruto. Just as he was set to move, a warm, comforting light flared up from behind Naruto. The man drew himself up short, a look of surprise and annoyance crossing his face. Even more surprising was what Naruto sensed from his presence. Where previously it had been a near vortex of greed and anger, now a sense of fondness crept in. Even love. "You? What are you doing here, sister?" His voice sounded almost petulant, like he was a naughty child who knew he had been caught red-handed. "Leave him be, brother." The latest unfamiliar voice, which Naruto assumed belonged to this sister, was melodious and pleasant. For all that though, it rang with an iron authority that Naruto had only heard in the Sandaime and Master Yoda. He tried to turn and see the owner of the voice, but the powers around him had rooted him in place. At his front was the cold, dark ocean of anger and greed. At his back was a blazing inferno of light and life. Caught in the middle as he was, it was all he could do to stay conscious. "This is not over, sister. There will be a reckoning. Perhaps, but not today." The dark figure in front of him growled and clenched its fists, but the light behind Naruto flared brighter. The man covered his eyes, but still hissed one last thing to Naruto. "Fight it if you will, boy, but there is no running from your destiny. You will destroy everyone and everything you hold dear. I have shown you your future this day." Naruto grimaced as the words stabbed into his head like hooks, pulling on old fears he had thought long buried. The sudden rush of darkness threatened to overwhelm him, but before it closed in completely, the voice from behind him rang out once again. "Begone, brother. I will not say it again." The dark man scowled, but seemed to reach a decision. With a final growl, he vanished in a burst of shadow. The moment he vanished, the oppressive weight of the dark side lifted from Naruto's shoulders. Freed of its icy grip, Naruto's strength immediately gave out. He would have fallen on his face were it not for the pair of strong, slender arms that caught him. In their warm embrace, he felt his strength return. When he turned to see who had caught him, his gaze fell on a woman. Her whole being seemed to glow, as if suffused with an inner light, and her grass-green hair floated around her head like a halo. She looked down at him with a kind, if somewhat sad, smile. Who dash? Hush, young warrior. I cannot answer your questions, not yet. I have broken enough rules with you as it is. Just know this, you are on the right path. Naruto was not about to accept that though. His head was fizzing with so many questions that his brain felt like it might actually boil. Nothing made sense, and he was determined to get answers. I don't dash. Questions will have to wait until another day. We will meet again, but for now, my time here draws short. Something about her tone shut down any further impulse he had to question her. It was still patient and kind, but now it held hints of the same harsh, blinding light that he had felt from Illum. It was not scary, exactly, but certainly worth attending to. Whoever this lady was, vision or no, she was clearly of the light. That said, as Naruto had heard before, light could burn just as easily as nourish. With a swallowed gulp, his mouth clicked shut. She set Naruto on his feet and turned to where the doppelganger had landed earlier. With an ethereal, otherworldly grace that Naruto found almost difficult to look at, he walked over and picked something up off the ground. When she moved back to him, Naruto saw it was a lightsaber. The same lightsaber, in fact, that his twisted copy had wielded against him. She held it out to him with an encouraging nod. Take this. You will need it for what lies ahead. Thanks, but no thanks, he said, his voice wary. Naruto wasn't sure what was going on anymore, but he did not want to accidentally offend the nice lady who radiated more power than the whole Jedi High Council combined. At the same time, he was not eager to use anything that had belonged to that monster. I'm gonna build my own. The woman shook her head and laughed, high and clear and bright. Before Naruto could ask what was so funny, she pressed the lightsaber into his hands. Dear child, what do you think you have been doing this whole time? With that, she gave him one last smile, and then gently poked him on the forehead. As she did, he felt everything around him recede into the distance. His vision dimmed, and the last thing he saw was the mysterious woman looking at him. You did well. With those last words, everything faded into darkness, and consciousness left him entirely. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself kneeling in the same cave he had just fought in. The first thing he noticed was that the force felt different. It was as though something had been tugging at his presence, and had now stopped. The remarkable ease he had experienced in connecting to the force earlier had vanished. For a moment he was disappointed, until something occurred to him. If the force is back to normal, then maybe. Tentatively, Naruto tried to draw his force presence back into his body and mix it with his physical energy. He was nervous about what might happen if it failed again. The thought of living without chakra was enough to send cold shivers running up his spine. To his immense relief, his chakra formed exactly as it usually did. He sagged as that weight lifted from his shoulders. The first time he could not make chakra had been one of the most terrifying experiences of his entire life. Had he not been in such a serious fight, he probably would have broken down and cried. As it was, he reveled in the old, familiar feel of his chakra before reconnecting to the force. A quick glance around the cave gave him some idea of what had happened. The stalagmites were all intact, and there was no blood splattered on the floor or the walls. Everything was exactly as it had been before Rocky had shown up. The only difference was that he could now see several tunnels leading out of the round cavern. Clearly, no epic battle had taken place here. Additionally, his mask was back on his face, and his kunai pouch was back on his leg. It must have all been some sort of force vision, he thought. That's probably why I couldn't make any chakra. The force nexus in the cave wouldn't let me. I wonder who those weirdos at the end were though. They didn't seem like the rest of the vision. At the thought of the force nexus, he remembered why he was in the cave in the first place. He looked down and saw that he was holding a lightsaber. Not just any lightsaber, but the same lightsaber that Rocky had tossed to him right before he had blacked out. The hilt was a little under 30 centimeters long. It was mostly made of a copper duranium alloy, with thin, raised bands spiraling down its length. They formed a slightly ridged, ergonomic grip for his hands. Towards the base of the hilt, the two strands of durasteel merged into one, and together, they formed the Uzumaki clan symbol on the butt of the weapon. He had carved the activator switch with the symbol of Konoha, just like his forehead protector. It tapered slightly towards the emitter, lending a sleek, flowing look. The dials that controlled the blade's length and power settings were recessed slightly into the handle, out of the way of his hands. The crown jewel of the lightsaber, though, were the carvings on the hilt. They began directly below the emitter, and spiraled down the hilt, following the ridges. The first was a snarling fox with 9 tails. After that was an empty swing, then a wrinkled monkey eating fish with a small companion. A Konoha headband was next, followed by an image of a dog corralling 3 young puppies as they snapped at each other. Next was a bridge, and a monolithic sword placed above 2 graves. Then there were the same 3 puppies from before, but now grown somewhat and fighting a snake. Following that, there was an old toad writing a book, then a fox fighting a tanuki. From there, a snake biting a monkey even as the monkey strangled the snake. Then the same snake, only this time it was fighting a slug and a toad. After that was a sword made of lightning, and then a snowflake melting into a flower. Then the snake from before appeared again, this time with one of the young dogs in its mouth. Next was a young toad battling the dog, with a lightning bolt piercing its chest. After that was an image of the older toad walking with the younger toad on his back. On and on the carvings went. The 2 toads both weeping around a fire, them standing in a ruined village, them fighting monsters with 2 sword-wielding allies at their backs. Next, the 2 toads stood before the Jedi temple, and then within it, now clothed in Jedi robes. Following that was an image of the smaller toad falling through the air with a cat and a young girl. The next section of the mural showed the 3 companions as they battled monsters, climbed out of a pit, and rescued a group of prisoners from their chains. Finally, the last carving showed the 2 toads standing side by side, each now holding a sword. Each carving was tiny, though highly detailed, and together they wove around the hilt like a tapestry. Less than a third of the hilt was engraved, however, with plenty of room left for future carvings. Naruto smiled as he looked at the mural of his life, now etched on his new weapon. All told, the lightsaber was beautiful. It was also clearly his. Even leaving aside the memories he had etched onto the hilt, Naruto could feel the connection he had with the lightsaber. He could feel his crystal buried within it, pulsing like a tiny heart. He could also, strangely enough, remember building it. Even though he had been in the midst of a vision, he had also been assembling his lightsaber, and the memories were there. He recalled finding the crystal at the peak of one of the stalagmites. He recalled carefully using the Force to arrange all the components before slotting them all together with micrometric precision. He even recalled letting the Force guide him as he engraved the story of who he was onto the hilt, its guidance granting him far greater artistic skill than he normally possessed. It was altogether similar to the way his clones gave him memories. While strange, he didn't want to dwell on it. He had something more important to do. As held his new lightsaber out in front of him, he thumbed the activator. Snap hiss. Whoa. A meter-long shaft of bright orange plasma burst from the emitter and lit the whole cave like a sunrise. The orange light especially reflected off of the copper in the hilt, making it practically glow. The effect was enhanced as the engravings lit up with the same brilliant orange glow as the blade. Altogether, it made it appear as if he were wielding a shaft of pure sunset light. Naruto swiftly adjusted the length down to better suit his height. Once he was satisfied, he gave the blade a few practice swings before running through a brief kata. When he had finished, there was only one thing he could think of. It's perfect. After he spent a few more minutes getting a feel for his saber, Naruto somewhat reluctantly deactivated it. He blinked a few times as his eyes adjusted to the sudden gloom. Without the warm light his blade cast, the cave looked cold and lifeless. Even deactivated, he could still feel the comforting glow of his crystal in his mind. Now that he had one of his own, Naruto finally understood why the Jedi were so dead set against labeling their lightsabers as mere weapons. Naruto had carried plenty of weapons in his life. The word didn't even begin to encompass what his lightsaber was to him. Everything about it just belonged, as if it were filling a slot in his life he had never known was empty. The hardships he had gone through to get it only made it more significant. As he reflected on his visions, his thoughts soured. The second one had been bad enough, but it was the first one that he found truly troubling. Hearing his friends say such cruel things, even if it hadn't truly been them, was incredibly painful. It reminded him of his childhood, when only Hokage and Old Man Tookie had had any kind words for him. Stop it, he told himself. It wasn't really them. It was just a vision. It wasn't real. It wasn't. Even so, he couldn't get the thought out of his head. What if they had been telling the truth? What if Orochimaru really had taken over Sasuke's body? It wasn't like it was completely implausible. Even if they had been visions, what if they had been telling him what had really happened? No. I won't believe that. I just won't, he thought, and he pushed the dilemma to the back of his mind, resolving not to think about it. That little niggling question didn't quite go away, though. Once he had affixed his lightsaber securely to his belt, he turned his attention towards the next major task at hand, finding his godfather and getting out of the cave. Hopefully, Jireya had found his own crystal in the time they had been separated. Naruto was eager to leave the crystal caves. Though they didn't seem as eerie as they had earlier, there was still the air of cold remoteness to the force in the cave. As powerfully as this place may have shone in the light, it was not somewhere he wanted to spend more time than necessary. He reached out with his senses through the force in order to find Jireya. It took some time as he sorted through the swirl of power that permeated the caves, but eventually he got a vague idea of where his godfather was. Once he was sure, Naruto set off out of the cave and down the tunnel that led towards Jireya. It seemed they had both had the same idea, because he felt Jireya heading towards him as well. It took nearly half an hour, as they were fairly far apart, but eventually they met up. Jireya immediately gave Naruto a hug. "Damn brat, I was worried about you," he said. "You just up and vanished on me. What happened?" "Me?" Naruto replied. "You're the one that just disappeared. 1 minute we're walking together, the next you're just gone. I looked for you, but everything went crazy." Jireya nodded and frowned. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure this place was messing with our heads the whole time," he said. "It doesn't matter now, though. Did you get your crystal?" "Of course I did, Jireya-sensei," Naruto said as he held up his new blade and turned it on. "I made my lightsaber too. What about you?" Jireya showed him his own newly made lightsaber. He had constructed the main body of the hilt out of a gnarled tree branch. Through careful artistry, he had subtly disguised all of the controls as knots in the wood. At the end of the branch perched a toad carved from polished durasteel, its mouth closed tight. At Naruto's questioning look, Jireya held his lightsaber off to one side and activated it. Instantly, the toad's mouth snapped open and a bright green blade emerged to light up the cave. "Well, that's definitely unique," Naruto said. Jireya rolled his eyes at the faint praise. "Ah, you just don't have any sense of style, brat," he said as he put his lightsaber away. "An orange lightsaber? Really? What is it with you and that freaking color?" "Hey, screw you, sensei," Naruto said. Orange is awesome. You're just jealous. Whatever you say, brat, Jireya said with a chuckle. What's with the fancy engraving? I didn't figure you for the artistic type. Naruto hesitated for a few seconds before answering, in order to find the right words. It was not a simple concept to explain, but it was important to him that Jireya understood why he had etched his lightsaber as he had. Those carvings, they're me, he said. They're everything that's made me who I am until now. If I'm going to carry a lightsaber and be a Jedi, I want to make sure I always know who I am and why I keep going. This way, every time I use my blade, I'm not just fighting with a weapon, I'm fighting with everything and everyone that makes me, well, me. Does that make sense? Jireya looked at him with an odd expression, one Naruto could not identify. He shifted a little beneath the intense stare. What? What's with the look? Jireya just shook his head and gave Naruto a pat on the shoulder. Oh, nothing kid. I just realized that you're growing up. Now let's get going. It's fucking freezing down here. I want to leave before my balls retreat any further. Besides, I need to ask Luminara if having an orange lightsaber is a sign of madness. As his godfather set off down the tunnel, Naruto followed him, grumbling all the while. He just couldn't understand why some people didn't appreciate orange. It was the greatest color ever. That was just a fact. Oh. Master Luminara Unduli had been meditating for hours now. She often passed the time by meditating, but this time she had a purpose beyond merely whiling away the day. She was trying to sort through her reaction from when Jireya had shut down during their earlier conversation on the ship. For some unaccountable reason, it had hurt when he had shut her out. Even more unusually, it still stung when she thought about it. This wasn't like her. She was a Jedi Master, one well used to being in control of her emotions. Yes, she considered Jireya a friend. A good friend, even. Yes, it was only natural for it to hurt when her friends wouldn't talk to her, but she normally would be able to easily release such emotions into the Force. So why was this time different? As she examined what exactly it was that she was feeling, she came to a startling conclusion. It wasn't just Jireya's reticence that she found painful. It was the look she had seen in his eyes as he had ended their talk. Right before the mask of lazy indifference slid back into place, she had seen a flash of pain in his eyes. Pain and grief. Something about seeing him in pain, especially when he looked at her, had stung. Before she could ponder the implications of that, the feel of two people emerging from the depths of the cave pulled her from her meditation. Their Force signatures shone bright and familiar. It appeared Naruto and Jireya had both finally passed whatever tests the Force had sent their way. A few minutes later, she saw the wall of ice that covered the exit glow. Steam hissed out in great billowing clouds before freezing into snow in the frigid air. Meltwater pooled around the steps and drained into unseen cisterns. As she watched, two figures, each holding lit lightsabers, emerged from the fog. Naruto stepped out first, his signature ice smile in place. She suppressed a smirk at the sight of his orange lightsaber. It was an unusual color, and one she felt suited such an unusual Padawan. Next, her gaze landed on Jireya. She noted his lightsaber with its interesting hilt design, but her focus was more drawn to his overall bearing. He seemed lighter, less weighed down than before. The subtle sense of melancholy that had so often permeated his countenance had finally left him. For reasons she didn't fully understand, she felt relieved to see him so unburdened. She was tempted to dismiss the feeling as smacking of attachment, but at the last second, she changed her mind. She tried following Jireya's advice, at least this once, to see where it led her. Rather than release her feelings into the Force, she allowed them to rest in her mind, and turned her attention to the two new Padawans who had just cleared the steam and mist. "Congratulations, you two," she said. I see you've both passed the test. How was it? Naruto frowned when he heard her question. It really sucked, Master Unduli, he said. Jireya just nodded in agreement. Luminara laughed a little at their frank answers. Most initiates, upon completing their gathering, would try to impress their guide by trying to find deeper meaning in whatever challenges they had faced. Failing that, they would usually try to downplay their ordeal. It was refreshing to hear such an unvarnished assessment of the crystal cave. Yes, the caves are rarely a pleasant experience, she said. I encourage you to reflect on what you experienced while in there. The trials you face often have greater significance than you might expect. She noticed Naruto frowning at that, and a look of trepidation appeared in his eyes before he schooled his features. He said nothing though, and merely bowed his head in acknowledgement. She shot a curious glance at Jireya, but he just gave a minute shake of his head. Clearly, whatever Naruto found troubling, he had not yet shared it with his godfather. She resolved to question the boy about it, but later. Right now, she decided, the best thing they could do was get back to the ship. When she said as much, both Naruto and Jireya gave sighs of relief. Finally, Naruto said as he made for the exit. I've almost forgotten what it's like to have feeling in my feet. Luminara frowned internally at his tone as they walked back to the ship. It was superficially cheerful, but beneath that thin veneer, she could detect a disturbing level of turmoil. Whatever he had experienced in the cave had clearly been unsettling. While she would normally question him on it, she didn't want to do so just yet. Luminara felt that, as he was now a Padawan, she should give Naruto the chance to work through this on his own. He had earned at least that much of her trust by now. Nevertheless, she felt an obligation to help him process whatever weighed on him. With an ordinary Padawan, she might recommend meditation, or perhaps a text from the archives that had some bearing on the matter. With Naruto, however, she needed something different, something he would engage with. By the time they had reached the ship, Luminara had decided on her course of action. Naruto, please come up to the cockpit with me, she said once they had all taken off their cold weather gear. Naruto dutifully followed her to the cockpit, his curiosity crystal clear through the force. It transformed into cautious excitement when he saw her get in the co-pilot's chair. Master, are you letting me? He trailed off. You do know how to pilot this sort of ship, no? She asked. Naruto just nodded dumbly as he sat in the pilot's chair. You may take off and get us into hyperspace, she said. I'll take over once we reach the Coruscant sector. You're not quite ready for space lanes that are that busy. Even her tacit slight against Naruto's capabilities wasn't enough to quell his good cheer. He ran through the pre-flight checks, scanned the local weather for a clear flight path, and launched. The first sign Luminara had that she may have made a mistake was that Naruto did not immediately angle the ship into an ascent. Instead, once he was 100 or so meters above the ground, he stayed level. The second sign she had was when she saw him dial the inertial dampers down as low as was safely possible. The third, and perhaps most worrying sign, was the undisguised gleam of mischief in his eyes. Naruto, who was it who taught you to fly again? She asked, dreading the answer. Anakin did, Master, Naruto answered. Luminara's eyes widened, but it was too late. Naruto gunned the engines and took the shuttle from level flight to a vertical climb more or less instantly. All Luminara could do was brace herself against her seat as she felt her skin try to peel off her skull. She distantly heard a startled yelp that sounded a lot like Jireya, followed by a crash and lots of swearing. She was too busy feeling her stomach drop into oblivion to pay him much mind, though. All the while, Naruto was laughing and whooping like a maniac. Finally, after what felt like about 10 years of vertical acceleration, Luminara felt the ship settle into a constant speed. She glanced out the viewport and saw that they had cleared the planet's atmosphere. She also saw her own reflection, which looked a little greener than normal. She frowned at Naruto, who somehow contrived to look as innocent as a child. Specifically, a child that was trying to look innocent. Still, something behind that facade spoke to such pure, unbridled joy that she couldn't find it in herself to scold him. She settled for shaking her head disapprovingly. "Well, I see Skywalker has passed on his penchant for aerial lunacy to you," she said. "Please refrain from any more stunts like that. I'm not sure the ship could take them." "Yes, Master," Naruto said, suitably mollified. He dialed the inertial dampers back to 100% and began plotting a course for their first hyperspace jump. Once she was sure that he would not send them crashing into a star at 2,000 times the speed of light, Luminara stood up and made to leave. Naruto would work through his issues best while alone with his thoughts, and she needed to talk to Jireya. And also make sure he was still alive. Oh. Jireya had survived Naruto's enthusiastic takeoff, though he swore his head had left a dent in the bulkhead. His irritation at being tossed around the ship like a rag doll was short-lived, however, as he agreed with Luminara's reasons for letting Naruto fly the ship. Though he couldn't tell her exactly what was troubling his godson, he figured that letting him spend some time mulling it over was probably for the best. It had been several hours since they entered hyperspace, and Jireya had spent most of that time talking with Luminara. After the rather trying day he had had in the cave, it felt nice to simply relax with a friend. "You seem different," she noted. "Less troubled." Jireya nodded. "I let something go that I don't need to carry anymore, and I've accepted something that I've been denying for far too long." "Oh." Luminara gestured, inviting him to continue. Jireya paused and tried to order his thoughts. He wasn't ready to talk about letting go of Tsunade just yet, especially not to Luminara. At the same time, he wasn't about to shut her out entirely. "I let go of my past, you might say, or at least a part of it that was weighing me down," he said. "I also accepted that I am a failure." Luminara blinked in shock. She looked at him with concern. "Jireya, what do you mean?" she asked. "You aren't a failure. Look at what Jireya raised a hand to pause her. "I should have put that better," he said. "What I meant was I have accepted that my failures in the past don't matter. I will not be limited by them. I've let them define me for decades now, but no more." Luminara nodded as he spoke. "I'm happy to hear that," she said with a small smile. Jireya smiled back. They sat there for a few seconds, just enjoying each other's company, before his smile turned into a sly smirk. "So what about you?" he asked. Luminara glanced up in surprise. "What about me?" "I'm not the only one who's acting different," he said. "Ever since we got to the ship, you've been more open, less reserved. I've seen you smile more in the past few hours than I usually do in a week. Hell, you even laughed out loud a little bit ago. What's up?" Now it was Luminara's turn to pause and collect her thoughts. Jireya just sat patiently and waited. He knew he could be almost unreasonably private, but there were times when Luminara could give him a run for his money in that department. If he was going to get an insight into what was going on in her head, then he was perfectly willing to wait for it. Soon enough, his patience paid dividends. "I have decided to give your approach to emotions a try," she said. "I have been allowing myself to experience some of my more positive emotions rather than dismissing them or releasing them into the Force." Jireya felt his jaw drop. This was perhaps the last thing he had expected of her. Despite her continued willingness to hear him out on his philosophy, Luminara had always struck him as being incredibly reserved, even for a Jedi Master. Sure, she had a dry wit, and even a decent, if subtle, sense of humor, but to hear her openly say she was embracing her emotions was like hearing Naruto swear off ramen. He would have guessed that Obi-Wan or even Plo Koon would give his way a try before her. To compound his shock, he saw her smirking at the undoubtedly stupid expression on his face. What brought this on? He asked. I thought my ideas were too dangerous and impractical for Jedi to put them into practice. Once more, Luminara paused before answering. Once more, Jireya waited patiently. Once more, after a minute, his patience paid off. When we first met, she said, I didn't think there was any possibility of you succeeding as a Jedi. Don't get me wrong, I thought you were an excellent warrior and a good man, but after you told me about your beliefs, I thought you would leave the Order within months. That it would be impossible for you to be a Jedi. So what changed your mind? He asked. He wasn't mad at her. He had actually considered leaving the Order several times in those early months. If it hadn't been for Naruto, he probably would have. It started after I helped you rescue Naruto and Ahsoka from those Black Sun slavers, she said. When Naruto used the Force to shield Ahsoka, he fueled his actions with emotions, and yet they did not corrupt him. Instead, they lent him a power I have never seen before in one so young. Don't let him hear you say that, Jireya said. His ego needs no more inflation. Luminara smirked at his joke before becoming serious again. After that, despite what I had expected, you didn't leave the Order, she said. Instead, you stayed, you taught us a whole new way of using the Force, and now you've passed the trials of Illum and built your own lightsaber. All while drawing strength from your emotions rather than being hindered by them. I've decided to see if perhaps you might have a point after all. Jireya thought about what she had said for a minute and then grinned broadly. He laughed and pointed a thumb at himself. So what you're saying is that my sheer awesomeness brought you around, he said. Luminara just gave him a deadpan stare. Then again, perhaps I was wrong, and you are merely a buffoon, she said. Jireya just snorted. Of course I'm a buffoon. It's part of my immense personal charm, he said, and Luminara rolled her eyes. Does it trouble you to constantly aim for humor and yet miss so dramatically? She quipped. Nah, I'm used to it, Jireya said, waving off her playful insult. But in all seriousness, I'm happy to hear that you're giving my way a try. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but I think it beats the hell out of trying to be completely detached. Just to be clear, I'm still not convinced you're right about this, she said. I'm just willing to try things your way and see how it goes. I also still don't agree with your views on attachments. Jireya chuckled once again. Well, baby steps, I suppose. After all, who knows what would happen if you didn't disagree with me on something? We wouldn't have anything to talk about. I'd get bored. The galaxy might end. Worst of all, I wouldn't have an excuse to see you nearly as often. Luminara shook her head and laughed at his antics. As usual, she made no comment on his flirtation, no doubt seeing it as another joke. If he were completely honest with himself, Jireya wasn't entirely sure himself. You should get some rest, she said as she stood up. You've had a long day, and you should be fresh when we get to the temple. I'll relieve Naruto. Jireya nodded and thanked her as she left. It took her a few minutes to pry Naruto from the ship's controls, but in the end she managed it. It helped that, once in hyperspace, there was very little for a pilot to do but twiddle their thumbs and stare at the nothing streaking by. Naruto was still quiet when he went to bed, but he fell asleep almost immediately, so Jireya decided not to worry. Not about his godson, at least. He had other things on his mind just then, things that kept him awake, staring at the ceiling in thought. Namely, his growing feelings for Luminara. While he had come to several realizations in the cave, one stood out to him at the moment. He knew, as surely as he had ever known anything, that ignoring his feelings for her was not a viable solution to anything. His determination to do so earlier had been born as much out of a fear of his own past failures as it had been of the obstacles that lay in the path of any such romance. As he had told Luminara earlier, he refused to let such fears define him any longer. That didn't remove those obstacles, though. The first, and most obvious one, that any such relationship would be against the Jedi Code, was not really a concern to him. The code would change, of that he was certain. Jireya had certainly taken on greater challenges than disabusing the Jedi Council of their absurd misconceptions on attachments. He was already making progress on that front, glacial though it was. Such progress would only become easier as he rose in the ranks and proved that he wasn't some fluke or madman. Even if he somehow failed to change their minds, he was hardly opposed to the idea of going behind their backs on this particular. If anything, the thought of a secret, forbidden relationship appealed to the writer within him. It was a romantic drama at its finest. Of far greater import were Luminara's own views on the subject. First and foremost, she, unlike him, gave significant weight to those parts of the Jedi Code. True, she was trying to experience her emotions now, and that gave him hope, but she was still against attachment. Even if she came around fully to his way of thinking, there was still no guarantee that she would share his feelings. Hell, he didn't even know what his feelings were exactly. All he knew was that the last woman he had felt this way for had been Tsunade, almost 40 years ago, when they first became teammates. He remembered how that had gone. Still, I'd better not kid myself, he thought. There's only one thing to do. He would get both her and the rest of the Jedi to pull the sticks out of their collective asses, and then he would woo her with all the passion and romance he had within his soul. If she didn't return his affection, then he stood by what he had said to that Nadeshiko Kunoichi all those years ago. He would devote himself to her happiness, no matter if that happiness involved loving him. For now though, one step at a time, he thought as he finally drifted off. And my next step is becoming a Jedi. I wonder who my master will be. And Naruto's? Whoever takes him on will be on for one hell of a ride. Oh. For Naruto, it was a relief when they finally arrived at Coruscant. Sure, he complained about Master Luminara not letting him pilot the ship to the temple, but it was mostly for show. Even his self-confidence was not up to the task of deluding him into believing he could handle Coruscant's legendary traffic. Mostly, he was just eager to report to the council. He had questions he needed to ask, and they were the only ones who he thought might have answers. Unfortunately for him, answers would have to wait. As soon as the ship docked at the temple, Luminara received a communique from the council. Several of its members, including Master Yoda, had responded to a request to mediate a treaty dispute with the Hapes cluster, and would likely not be back for several days. Despite his disappointment at the delay, Naruto giggled a bit to see a few remnants of his prank still adorning the walls. It seemed the cleaning droids hadn't gotten it all yet. "Laugh it up, brat," Jireya said. "My room had better not still be doubling as a traffic alert." "It's odd that the cleaning droids haven't removed this all yet," Luminara commented. Naruto just smirked behind his mask. "I know. It's almost as if someone sliced the droids and programmed them to ignore certain colors of paint," he said, his voice deadpan. "I wonder who could have done that." Luminara scolded him for slicing the droids, but her heart did not seem to be in it. Naruto almost would have believed that she was trying to contain her amusement at the situation, but that was impossible. This was Master Luminara, a paragon of Jedi reserve and dignity. She would never find a prank funny, even one as genius as one of his. It defied the natural order of things. Still, she was a bit different on the trip back, Naruto thought. She seemed less stuffy. I think she might even have smiled a few times. Weird. In the end, though, he put it out of his mind. It was nearing time for dinner, he was hungry, and he could already sense Ahsoka in the dining hall. He could always sense her easily, and she him, ever since their time in Coruscant's Undercity. If she was in the dining hall, then that meant that the rest of the clan was probably there, too. He made his excuses to Jireya and Luminara and rushed through the halls to get dinner. As he had expected, the rest of the clan was in the dining hall, already eating their food. While they all smiled and waved in greeting, with Ahsoka being especially enthusiastic, that was the extent of their reunion for the moment. Master Illum had long since instilled in them the knowledge that the dining hall was not a place for being loud, and none of them dared risk her displeasure. Ahsoka mouthed later, and he nodded before sitting down to eat. To his surprise, before he was even halfway done with his food, Anakin walked into the dining hall, grabbed a plate, and sat down next to him. While Naruto was not about to pass up an opportunity to eat dinner with his mentor/older brother, as far as he knew, Anakin rarely ate in this dining hall. When he shot him a curious glance, the older boy smirked and leaned in to whisper. "So, you built your lightsaber then," he said with a smile, gesturing to the engraved copper and silver cylinder hanging at Naruto's side. "I guess miracles really can happen." Naruto snorted in mock derision. "What, you thought some silly little visions would stop me?" "Nah, I figured you would get past the visions. I just thought you would get lost trying to find your way out." Naruto responded with a rude gesture beneath the table, before both of them grinned and laughed. Anakin clapped him on the shoulder and pulled him into a side embrace. Naruto couldn't help but sigh in contentment at the one-armed hug. He could feel the pride and happiness pouring off of Anakin, and it warmed him to know that he had a sibling, informal or not. For a boy who had spent most of his life isolated and bereft of both friends and family, the sudden reminder that he now had both in spades had him fighting down tears of joy. "I can't stay too long," Anakin said, shaking him from his thoughts. "I have to get back to Obi-Wan soon. I just wanted to tell you, my mom is having you and Jireya over for dinner tomorrow night, to celebrate you guys becoming padawans. We'll meet at the usual spot half an hour after your curfew." "Can I invite Ahsoka?" Naruto asked. "She really likes your mom. Besides, I want to celebrate with her, too." Anakin nodded. "Sure, if she wants. Just be sure to be there on time, or my mom will skin me for not teaching you proper manners." Both of them had to laugh at the idea of anyone expecting Anakin of all people to give lessons in manners. Once they had composed themselves, and Naruto had given an apologetic nod to Master Illum, Anakin inhaled the rest of his food and left. Naruto finished his own meal shortly thereafter and left with the rest of his clan back to the creche. As soon as they got back to the creche and Master Illum had gone to her office, with a warning not to be too loud, his clan mates swarmed him, all of them eager to congratulate him and see his new lightsaber. He showed all of them the hilt, and explained some of the carvings, though he kept the meaning of many of them to himself. Some memories were still too raw and painful to tell to others. He also refused, point blank, to ignite the blade in the creche. There was a collected sigh of disappointment, but they moved on quickly enough. The past year had forged strong friendships between Naruto and all of his peers in the Clawmouse clan, and those bonds showed in how everyone was anxious to congratulate him. He was simply too likable, too magnetic, and too friendly for anything else to be the case. Some of them were said to learn that he would soon leave the creche. Air, the youngest of the clan, was chief amongst these. While she had sufficient Jedi bearing to avoid actual tears, her eyes were noticeably damp, and her voice somewhat wobbly as she congratulated Naruto. He had been one of the few older kids who didn't talk down to her because of her relative youth. That alone had immediately endeared him to her, and his exciting stories and hilarious pranks had firmly cemented him as cool older brother figure to the young human girl. Naruto, for his part, kneeled down in front of the short, mousy-haired girl, and enveloped her in a warm hug. "It'll be okay, Ayer. You'll still see me. Who else is going to teach you how to use Chakra, or speak Nihongo, or pull pranks, huh? I promised you I would do all of that, and I always keep my promises. The 11-year-old didn't reply, instead opting to burrow further into his hug and wrap her own thin arms around him. Still, he felt her sadness ease somewhat, and when they separated, her eyes were not as teary. Others, such as Farron Bar, were more accepting of his imminent departure. Not that the Iktochi boy wasn't fond of Naruto, for he was. However, he also understood that Naruto wasn't vanishing into a black hole. He was simply taking the next step in his journey as a Jedi, a step all of them would take at one point or another. He was under no illusions that the Clawmouse clan would stick together forever, and he was accepting of this. He and Naruto shook hands and traded jokes, remembering some of the funnier times they had had over the last year. After spending a few minutes talking and joking with the rest of his friends, Naruto extricated himself from the small crowd and go over to where Ahsoka and Barriss were waiting for him. Ahsoka, always the more outgoing of the two, immediately wrapped him in a tight hug, a wide smile on her face. "Congratulations, Naruto," she said. "I knew you would do it." "Thanks, Ahsoka," Naruto said, returning her hug. "So, you get to be the first one of our clan to become a Padawan," Ahsoka said. "Don't think I won't catch up, though. I'm still going to beat you to becoming a master." "Wanna bet?" Naruto shot back. Barriss rolled her eyes at the familiar banter between her two best friends. "I'll never understand how you two can be so competitive," she said, before she gave Naruto a small smile. "I am happy for you though, Naruto. It is very impressive to be made a Padawan after only a year at the temple. I don't know if it's ever happened before, aside from Padawan Skywalker, that is." "Thanks, Barriss," Naruto said, before giving her a quick hug as well. She stiffened in surprise for a moment, but quickly returned the embrace. Her Jedi reserve soon reasserted itself, though, and she pulled away after a couple of seconds. She seemed to struggle to find her next words before settling on simplicity. "I will miss you," she said. "Thank you for being my friend." "I'll miss you too," Naruto said. "Both of you. But I'm sure you'll both be Padawans in no time." "Ha! You bet we will," Ahsoka said, determination glowing in her eyes. Barriss said nothing, but she nodded firmly. After a few more minutes of small talk, Barriss excused herself, saying that she needed to study some more. Naruto offered to lend her a kage bushin to help, but she politely declined, saying that she did not wish to be a burden. The previous day's events notwithstanding, Barriss was loath to ask for or accept help. Naruto protested that it wouldn't be a problem, but she stayed firm. Writing it off as just one of her quirks, Naruto and Ahsoka wished her good luck. "You know, it hardly seems real," Ahsoka said after Barriss had left. "You leaving, I mean. It'll be weird not having you around here." "It'll be weird not being around here," Naruto said ruefully, before shaking off his brief melancholy. "What are all of you going to do without my awesomeness around?" "I'm pretty sure we'll manage," Ahsoka said, giggling at her friend's absurdity. "I generate plenty of awesomeness by myself, thank you very much." Naruto snorted skeptically, and Ahsoka smacked him on the shoulder. They sat silently for a moment, just enjoying each other's company. Ever since their misadventure in the Undercity, the two of them had been close to inseparable. There was nothing like life-threatening peril for forging strong friendships, and Naruto could say with near total confidence that Ahsoka was the closest friend he had ever had. After a few moments, though, something crossed his mind. "Oh hey, I just remembered something," Naruto said, looking around to make sure they weren't being watched. "Anakin invited me and Jireya to have dinner with his mom to celebrate tomorrow night. Do you want to come?" Are you sure?" she asked, suddenly uncertain. "Of course I'm sure," Naruto declared, giving her a Kakashi-worthy eye smile. "It would mean a lot to me to have you there. You're my best friend. There's no one I'd rather celebrate with than you." Ahsoka grinned at that. Even after a year of knowing him, she still sometimes found herself caught off guard at how open and warm Naruto could be. He was so earnest and forthright with his feelings, especially with those he considered friends. When he said that there was no one he would rather celebrate with than her, she knew he was telling her the truth. She felt a swell of warmth and affection in her chest at his words, and the feelings of rightness and belonging that went with them. "Well then, I'd love to come," she said. Naruto pumped his fist in the air once, thrilled that she had agreed to go. After sharing the details of where and when they were meeting, he spent the time until curfew enjoying the presence of his friends. While he knew he would soon leave the clan behind, for now he was going to make every second he could spend with them count. Oh. When Anakin got back from the dining hall, he found his master sitting on the sofa, apparently meditating. As soon as the door shut, however, Obi-Wan's eyes opened, and he fixed Anakin with a knowing gaze. "So, what sort of celebration are you planning for Naruto and Jireya?" he asked mildly, as if inquiring about the weather. Anakin could only gape in shock at his master's apparent omniscience. He knew there was no way Obi-Wan could have overheard him talking with Naruto. The man hadn't even been in the same part of the temple, much less the same room. How did you dash?" Anakin stammered out. "How did I know you were planning something with those two?" Obi-Wan asked rhetorically. "It wasn't hard to work out. I heard that they both returned from Illum with new lightsabers, which means they are to become padawans. Seeing as Naruto is your friend, and through him Jireya, I knew that would be important to you, it would be something you would want to celebrate. Finally, when you left for the dining hall, you turned towards the East Hall, where the Clawmouse clan eats." "Oh," Anakin said, secretly impressed that his master could deduce so much from so little. "We were going to have dinner at my mother's apartment. Knowing Naruto, he'll probably bring Ahsoka too." "Ahsoka? Ahsoka Tano. She's one of the other younglings in Naruto's clan, and probably his best friend. They do everything together." "I see," Obi-Wan said, his voice still mild. Anakin wasn't sure how to handle this. Obi-Wan had given him implicit permission to do more or less this exact sort of thing several months ago. It had marked a turning point in their relationship, and it had given Anakin a much-needed emotional support in the form of his mother. Acting on impulse, as he so often did, Anakin went with the first thing that came to mind. "You could come too, Master," he blurted out suddenly. This, finally, broke the unflappable mask of calm that Obi-Wan wore. Shock spread across his face, and he stared speechless for several seconds. "Anakin, I am honored that you would ask me, but it would not be appropriate," Obi-Wan said carefully, after he had regained the powers of speech. "This is something to celebrate Naruto and Jireya, and I hardly have a place there." "That's nonsense, Master," Anakin protested. "You're the closest thing I have to a father. You always have a place with me and my mom." For the second time in less than a minute, the famously loquacious Obi-Wan found himself speechless. This time, though, it was less from shock and more from a sudden surge of love and affection for the young man standing across from him. While Obi-Wan knew that their relationship had improved significantly over the last 8 months, to have Anakin basically declare that he saw him as part of his family was still immensely touching. "Thank you, Anakin," Obi-Wan said, eventually. "That means a great deal to me. I suppose I could go as well. If only to make sure your poor mother's apartment doesn't get accidentally burned down." Anakin's grin could have lit up the Senate chamber. Oh. The next day, after he had completed his daily training routine, Jireya found that, for once, he had only one thing on his schedule. Without the daily lessons from Yoda and the others, his only responsibility was the class he taught on how to use Chakra. As such, he now found himself in one of the temple's many group meditation rooms, overseeing his new students as they practiced generating Chakra in their bodies. There were 4 of them, 2 masters and 2 knights. Master Kit Fisto and Master Shakti sat in the rear, while Obi-Wan Kenobi and Quinlan Vos sat in front. Luminara was also normally a part of the group, but she had been caught in a Senate meeting and was running late. He idly wondered if she had heard anything more about when the council would get back to Coruscant. She had promised to keep him informed on the subject. Even as he wondered about her, Luminara walked into the room. He gave her an inquisitive glance, but her face was carefully inscrutable. He saw a faint trace of amusement in her expression, though, and he rolled his eyes. A quick glance told him that everyone else had their eyes closed, so he gave her a comical pout, eliciting a slight smirk from her. One thing he had learned about Master Unduli, or Luminara, as she insisted he refer to her during their talks, was that she had a deeply buried but dry and clever sense of humor. Over the past few months, she had begun to occasionally show him glimpses of it, of the person behind the serene Jedi mask. He doubted she was even truly aware that she was doing it, at least not until the last few days. With her newfound decision to embrace some of her emotions, hesitant and cautious though she was being about it, she had been noticeably more open and expressive since they had left Illum. Her smile, once a fleeting sight, vanishingly rare and difficult to spot, had transformed into something he now saw several times a day. It was still short-lived and subtle, but it was there, and a warm feeling bloomed in his chest whenever he saw it. It gave him hope that one day, maybe, she might return his feelings. He ruthlessly buried that thought for the moment, though. It did no good dwelling on vague futures. For now, he had not even told her of his feelings for her, and he had no plans to do so anytime soon. She was new to her emotions, and he could tell that they still made her uneasy. For now, he would content himself with her friendship, and count himself lucky at that. As he refocused on the other Jedi in the room, he could feel the change in their Force signatures as they each in turn channeled the Force through their bodies to create Chakra. Shakti got it first, a mere 10 seconds after beginning her meditation. Her instinctive grasp of the intricacies of the Force allowed her to more easily blend it with her physical energy than most could manage yet. Next was Luminara, as he had expected. Their frequent discussions often began or ended with him giving her tips on using Chakra. Those tips were paying dividends now, as Luminara had technically generated Chakra faster even than Shak, having started meditating after her. Less than 30 seconds later, on her left, Kit Fisto also generated a pool of Chakra within his body. Their quick success did not shock Jireya. Despite being young by the standards of Jedi Masters, the two were rising stars in the Order. He had also been teaching them for nearly 8 months, ever since Plo Koon and Yoda had proposed this little class to the rest of the council. Obi-Wan managed it next, only a few seconds behind Kit. It was a sign of his skill that he could so nearly match masters who both had several years more experience than he did. Ironically, despite being the most physically inclined of all the Jedi in the room, Quinlan was the last to successfully merge his Force presence with his physical body to generate Chakra. The reason was fairly simple. As a tracker and an investigator, most of his talents in the Force lay in connecting to and sensing the world around him. Isolating himself by creating Chakra was antithetical to his entire skill set. "That's good, Quinlan," Jireya said. "You're getting quicker at switching to Chakra. How does it feel?" "Like crap," Quinlan answered flatly, earning him a reproving snort from Obi-Wan and a twitch from Shak, though of disapproval or amusement it was impossible to say. "I feel like I'm blinding myself every time I do this." Jireya nodded, unsurprised. In teaching the group how to use Chakra, he had discovered something interesting. Whenever he, or any other Force user, channeled the Force as Chakra, they lost many of the advanced senses that the Jedi were used to relying on. Their vague, ever-present awareness of the immediate future and their connection to the surrounding minds faded into nothing when they used Chakra. "We're all still making a binary switch," Jireya said. "Either fully using the Force like a Jedi, or fully channeling it into Chakra. Maybe when we figure out how to strike a balance, it won't be so bad." "I suspect that will be the case," Shakti said. "As I focus on creating Chakra, it is a smooth transition, not a sudden loss. If we can create just enough Chakra to do what we need, perhaps we will not lose so much awareness. We must simply have patience." "Maybe," Quinlan admitted, before grimacing slightly. His senses were normally amongst the most attuned in the entire order. As such, it was particularly unpleasant for him to lose his supernatural awareness. "Still isn't fun, though. Let's get to training. What are we working on today?" "We're going to continue with the Henge," Jireya said. "I want to see how much progress you all have made in the past few days. We'll start off with a quick recap." Jireya showed them once again how to perform the basic Henge, starting with the proper hand seals, dog, boar, ram. He moved on from there to recapping how to mold Chakra to form the illusion. "Remember, create a shell around your body first," he said. "Picture what you want to henge into with as much detail as possible. Then compress the Chakra into that shape. Try keeping it very simple at first. Just change your hairstyle or your skin color." As he had expected, they had made some progress, but not much without him there to act as a guide. As the Jedi summoned up the Chakra, formed the hand seals, and attempted the jutsu, Jireya walked around, giving corrections to each of them in turn. "Obi-Wan, you need to use more Chakra. This is more intensive than the leaf-sticking exercise. Master Fisto, you aren't picturing your desired appearance with enough detail. You need to incorporate the changes into a complete image. Master Unduli, you haven't compressed your Chakra enough. You need to squeeze that Chakra shell until it's nearly solid." This continued for the better part of 2 hours. Surprisingly enough, it was Obi-Wan who first made significant progress on performing the technique. As the smoke from his latest attempt cleared, Jireya could see that his beard had apparently turned partially translucent. It was still clearly visible, but it now appeared to be a hologram rather than a physical beard. "Nice job, Obi-Wan," Jireya said, smiling at the younger man's success. "You still need to use more Chakra, though. That's why your henge is transparent." "Man Kenobi, keep the beard," Quinlan said, teasing his old friend. "You barely look older than your Padawan without it." "It lends you a certain gravitas," Luminara added, her voice just innocent enough for it to pass as an idle comment. The teasing light in her eyes told a different tale, however. She rarely made jokes herself, but was not averse to joining in on one from time to time. "Why thank you, Master Unduli. I shall curtail any plans I had to shave," Obi-Wan said, his trademark sarcasm on full display. "Nonsense," Sha'ak said, her grin sharp and wicked. "I'm sure we could find a mission that would require you to shave. Perhaps there is a school that needs infiltrating." "Yes, we can all mock Obi-Wan mercilessly later," Jireya said. "For now, keep practicing the henge." For the next half hour, the 5 Jedi continued to work on the new jutsu, with varying degrees of success. Sha'ak and Luminara convincingly changed their skin color to a dull tan. Kit turned himself a dark blue, though the illusion wavered when he moved too fast. Quinlan, after some early struggles, finally managed to mostly disguise his gold facial tattoo. It was imperfect though, and the mark was still visible if you looked close. Obi-Wan, perhaps wary of further teasing, turned his hair black. It was a decent enough illusion, though it did not hold up very well under bright light. Oh. That evening, as the time for them to meet up with Anakin drew closer, Naruto made his preparations for sneaking himself and Ahsoka out of the creche. It was something he had done so many times by now that it had become almost routine. First, he created 2 cage bushin. One stayed as it was, merely climbing into his bed and pretending to be him. The other one hung into Ahsoka before sneaking noiselessly into the girl's sleeping bay to take her place. While Naruto knew that Master Liam probably wouldn't consider this appropriate, he figured it would be the least of his worries if she caught him and Ahsoka sneaking out. Besides, it had been Ahsoka's idea in the first place, and was much better than just stuffing a pillow under her blankets and hoping no one noticed. A few moments later, the real Ahsoka emerged from the sleeping bay, already dressed in her daily wear. Together, with the efficiency born of experience, they quietly slipped out of the creche and down the hall. In less than 10 minutes they sneaked through the temple hallways, avoiding the occasional guard patrol or wandering Jedi, and arrived at the meeting place. Anakin was already there. Much to their surprise, so was Obi-Wan. "Oh. Hello Master Kenobi," Naruto said nervously, glancing at Anakin for a clue as to what was going on. "Fancy seeing you here." Seeing only a sort of shocked happiness on Anakin's face, Naruto relaxed slightly. Evidently, Obi-Wan was not there to bust them and get them all in trouble. "I invited Obi-Wan to come too," Anakin said. "Okay," Naruto said cheerfully, before turning and bowing to the Jedi Knight. "It's nice to meet you." "It is good to meet you as well, Naruto," Obi-Wan said politely. "And you, Ahsoka." "Oh. Good to meet you, Master Kenobi," Ahsoka said awkwardly. Manners were never her strong suit. Turning a baleful glare on Anakin, she stepped up to him. "What's the big idea, bringing your master without telling us?" she berated him, causing Obi-Wan to raise an eyebrow at his padawan's plight. "I thought he was here to get us in trouble. He scared me half to death." "Hey, it's not my fault if you're easily scared, Snips," Anakin shot back. "Besides, Naruto didn't tell me he was bringing you, but you don't see me moaning about it." "Ugh, stop calling me Snips," Ahsoka groaned. "Then stop being snippy," Anakin retorted. As they bickered back and forth, Naruto and Obi-Wan looked on, Naruto with a sort of resigned boredom, and Obi-Wan with curiosity and a sense of many future headaches. Suddenly, a voice whispered from right behind his left ear. "Quite entertaining, aren't they, Kenobi?" the voice said. Obi-Wan just barely suppressed his instinct to jump, and only then because he recognized the speaker. "That's one word for it, Jireya," he said dryly, before turning his attention back to the bickering duo. On a hunch, he reached out with his force senses. His eyes widened briefly at what he sensed before he let a small smile tug at his lips. This should prove interesting in the future, he thought. For now, though, he had more immediate concerns. Such as stopping his padawan from getting further into an argument with a youngling. An argument, Obi-Wan noted with some wry amusement, that Anakin seemed to be losing. "That's quite enough, you two," he said firmly, shooting them a disapproving look. When Anakin made to protest, he sent a message down the bond. "You are the elder, Anakin. Act your age." Anakin flushed a little at that, but he restrained his protest. Obi-Wan was right, and he knew it. "Yes, Master," came his somewhat embarrassed reply. "Sorry, Master Kenobi," Ahsoka said, looking utterly unrepentant. Obi-Wan gave her a stern look, before deciding that it was not worth the effort right then. Jireya, sensing the opportunity to move things along, cleared his throat to gain their attention. "All right, let's get going," he said. "I for one am starving, and I'd hate to keep Shmai waiting." This met with generalized agreement, and so the unlikely group headed out of the temple. It took less than 20 minutes for their group to arrive at Shmai's apartment. Once they arrived, Anakin rang the bell. After a few moments, the door hissed open, and a bevy of delicious aromas drifted out of the apartment and into the hall. As they all stood and salivated at the smell, Shmi Skywalker stood in the doorway, smiling fondly. "Well, this is certainly a familiar sight," she said, giving Anakin a quick kiss on the cheek, much to his embarrassment. "My son, turning up at the door with a bunch of strays, expecting me to feed them." Obi-Wan chuckled while Anakin blushed. Naruto, meanwhile, was twitching with excitement, the smell of food making him drool. "Hi Mrs. Skywalker," he exclaimed. "It's good to see you. Did Anakin tell you about me and Jireya? We're going to be padawans, and we got to build our own lightsabers, and it's going to be awesome." "Slow down dear, you still need to breathe," Shmi admonished him, before wrapping him in a warm hug. "Yes, he told me all about it, and I'm very proud of you. That lightsaber looks wonderful, by the way. You must have worked so hard to make this much progress in just 1 year." Naruto cheerfully hugged her back. Having never experienced a mother's love as a child, he eagerly accepted such affection now. Shmi, when she had heard this from her son, had made it her mission to at least partially make up for the love that Naruto had missed growing up. Naruto, who was both an easy person to love and also desperate for a living family, had swiftly established himself as something like either a favorite nephew or younger son in her eyes. Certainly, both she and Anakin considered him a part of their family. Straightening up, she looked at Jireya. He smiled and bowed his head respectfully towards her. "Oh, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, you irredeemable reprobate," she said, her voice a mix of fond exasperation and genuine pride. While Naruto had been a fairly frequent visitor over the last 8 months, she had only met Jireya a handful of times. She liked him well enough, and teasing him was fun, but she couldn't say she considered him more than a somewhat distant friend. "Thank you for doing this for us," Jireya said. "It means a lot, especially to Naruto." Shmi nodded her understanding and turned her attention to the young Togruta girl standing next to Naruto. "Why, hello Ahsoka. I should have guessed that Naruto would rope you into his rule breaking," she said. "It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you too," Ahsoka said. While she had only met Shmi a couple of times, she liked the older woman. She was nice to her, and didn't criticize Ahsoka for being emotional like most of the masters and knights in the temple did. Finally, Shmi looked over to the one guest that she had not met before. "So, you must be my son's Jedi Master, Obi-Wan Kenobi," she said. "He has told me a great deal about you. I'm very grateful to you for taking him as your student after Master Qui-Gon passed, as well as for letting him visit me." "It is an honor to meet you, ma'am," Obi-Wan said politely. "Anakin invited me along, and I did not feel I could refuse him. He was very insistent, as a matter of fact." "I should hope so," she said. "I have been wanting to meet you for some time. You've been taking care of Anakin for 7 years now, and there are no words to express how grateful I am for that. Now please, come in, all of you. Anyone would think I have no manners, leaving you all standing out here in the hall like this." With remarkable speed and efficiency, she herded all 5 of her guests into her apartment. Naruto and Ahsoka immediately made a beeline for the kitchen, much to her amusement. When Naruto saw what she was cooking, however, he stopped dead in his tracks. Is that ramen?" he asked, his tone almost reverential. "Yes dear," Shmi said. "Surprise. I figured you deserved a special treat, since you'll soon be heading out into the galaxy." "I thank you," Naruto said, nearly having to shout over the rumbling of his stomach. "How did you get the recipe, though? I didn't think anyone knew how to make proper ramen anymore." "I got the recipe from Dex," Anakin said. "I gave it to Mom last week, and she found all the ingredients." "How does Dex know how to make ramen?" Naruto asked, confused. "I have usually found it wise to assume that Dex knows everything," Obi-Wan said. He certainly gives a creditable impression of it, at least. Naruto nodded. He had met Dex, and Obi-Wan was right. The boisterous cafe owner did certainly give off the impression that he had been just about everywhere and done just about everything. Whether or not any of his wild stories were true was anyone's guess, but at the moment, Naruto was prepared to credit him with inventing hyperdrive technology and founding the Republic. The man knew how to make ramen, and there wasn't a single thing Naruto could find more impressive about him than that. In short order, the 5 Jedi had sat down at the dining table, and Shmai dishes out generous helpings from the massive pot of ramen to all and sundry. Naruto immediately began to inhale the heavenly concoction, emptying his first bowl in under a minute. Obi-Wan, being the only one present who had never seen Naruto eat before, watched in mounting horror and confusion. Horror at the sheer speed and voracity with which Naruto was eating, and confusion as to how he was managing to eat at all. The boy never once removed his mask, and yet managed to somehow both eat and drink through what appeared to be solid fabric. Noticing Obi-Wan's distracted state, Shmai took pity on him and sought to turn his attention elsewhere. "Master Kenobi, I must confess that I'm surprised to see you here," she said. "Not that I'm not glad, but Anakin has always said that you were very rule-abiding, even if you were willing to look the other way when it came to him visiting me. May I ask what changed your mind?" "Several things, madam," Obi-Wan said, grateful for the diversion. "First was what happened after Anakin reunited with you. For years, he had carried an inner turmoil, one that I struggled to help him control. After meeting you again, though, he was far more at peace than I had ever known him to be. It was not something I could bring myself to deny him again." "I appreciate that, Master Kenobi," Shmai said seriously. "So do I, Master," Anakin said. Obi-Wan nodded graciously at their thanks before continuing on. "Additionally, Jireya and I have discussed his views on the Jedi Code over the past few months," he said. "While I cannot say I agree with him in all things, I have come to believe that it is possible for some Jedi to form attachments to other people without risking falling to the dark side. Anakin's attachments seem to strengthen him, and I am not minded to question such results." Shmai nodded, before giving him a questioning gaze. "That may explain why you let Anakin come," she said. "But it doesn't answer the question of why you decided to come as well." "Because Anakin asked me to, and it was important to him," Obi-Wan said. Shmai smiled at him, while Anakin sent a wave of gratitude down their bond. At the sound of loud slurping coming from one end of the table, Shmai looked around sharply. "Naruto, what have I told you about table manners, young man?" she asked, a hint of sternness creeping into her normally gentle voice. "Sorry, Mrs. Skywalker," Naruto said sheepishly, before drinking the broth from his bowl at a more reasonable pace. "That's better, dear," Shmai said. "Wow, why can't you be that obedient when I'm training you, brat?" Jireya complained. "Oh, don't you start either, Jireya," Shmai said dangerously. "I blame every single one of his bad habits on you." "Why, that's just unfair," Jireya whined. "I'm responsible for 40% of them at most." "Every single one," Shmai reiterated. Jireya just pouted comically and busied himself with his ramen. Smirking at her victory, Shmai turned her attention back to Naruto. "You must be very excited to become a Padawan," she said. "You bet," Naruto said after setting his bowl down. "I can't wait to go on missions." "What are you looking forward to the most?" Shmai asked. "I've always enjoyed helping people who can't defend themselves," Naruto said by way of explanation. "Jedi get to do that all the time, and I'll get to do it too when I'm a Padawan. It'll be great." "You do know that the life of a Jedi is filled with hardship?" Obi-Wan asked. "You should not go into this expecting glory and heroics at every turn." "I know that, Master," Naruto said. But when Ahsoka and I were down in the Undercity, and we rescued those slaves, I made them a promise. I promised I would help people like them when I became a Jedi, and I always keep my promises. I don't care if it's hard. Helping people is worth it. I am glad to hear you say that, Obi-Wan replied. That is a very mature attitude, and one worthy of a Jedi. Indeed, Jireya agreed. I once heard your father say something much to that effect when he was your age. He would be very proud of you if he could see you right now. I know I am. Naruto choked up a little, as he always did when Jireya said something like that. Blinking the sudden tears out of his eyes, he choked out his thanks before turning back to his food. Uncomfortable emotions could wait until later. For now, the food of the gods beckoned once more. Dinner proceeded nicely after that. Ahsoka asked what it was like to find a Kyber crystal. Naruto just teased her by saying that she would have to find out for herself. Obi-Wan entertained everyone with stories of his and Anakin's more interesting missions. Much to Anakin's horror, this quickly turned into his mother pumping Obi-Wan for embarrassing anecdotes about him, something Obi-Wan was only too happy to provide. He fired back with a few of the more embarrassing stories he had gotten out of Bant about Obi-Wan. Jireya, never one to turn down free entertainment, subtly prodded both sides to keep the back and forth going. Naruto sat and soaked in the stories in awe. He could hardly stay in his seat for excitement. Ahsoka, curiously enough, was unusually subdued. She laughed at the stories and answered questions readily enough, but aside from her one question earlier, she didn't speak up on her own. She seemed distracted, and even a little upset. This did not go unnoticed by the others though, with Naruto being the first to pick up on it. Hey, Ahsoka, are you okay? He asked. You've been really quiet. I'm fine, she replied, her voice defensive. When she saw Obi-Wan and Jireya's raised eyebrows, the stripes on her montrals darkened. Surprisingly, though, it was Anakin who spoke up first. Ahsoka, what's wrong? He asked. It's not like you to be rude. Ahsoka glared defiantly for a few seconds before relaxing with a defeated sigh. I don't know. I'm happy for you, Naruto, I really am, she said, smiling weakly at her friend. But I just feel, I don't know, jealous? Left out? Anakin ventured. Maybe? I mean, Jedi aren't supposed to get jealous, but she trailed off, shrugging in confusion. Little one, the first step in controlling your emotions is being honest about what you are feeling, Obi-Wan said sagely. When Ahsoka looked at him, her face puzzled, Jireya stepped in. You know, I think I heard a whistling noise as that went over her head, Kenobi. What the professor over there is trying to say is that there's no shame in feeling what you're feeling, whatever it is. You know, I think I heard a whistling noise as that went over her head, Kenobi. What the professor over there is trying to say is that there's no shame in feeling what you're feeling, whatever it is, Jireya said. You're still a kid, so don't beat yourself up too bad for having emotions. I guess, Ahsoka said, before crossing her arms and frowning. I still don't like being left behind. I know I still have a ways to go before I'm ready, but sometimes it feels like it'll take forever. All you can do is be patient. Your time will come sooner than you think, Obi-Wan said. In a year or two, you two will take the initiate trials and build your lightsaber. When that happens, I'm sure someone will be eager to take you as their padawan. As he spoke, he shot a subtle glance towards Anakin. Most of the table missed it, but Jireya did not. He raised an eyebrow at Obi-Wan, who gave a tiny shake of his head. Jireya shrugged and let it drop. If Obi-Wan didn't want to tell him what that was about, he would not press him. At that point, Shmi added her 2 cents. As a mother, she had a rather more developed sense of what might be troubling the young Togruta than the others. "You feel as though you are not strong enough, don't you?" she asked gently. At Ahsoka's surprised expression, she nodded towards Naruto. "He told me about what you two went through down in the Undercity," she said. "I'm guessing you feel as if you didn't do enough to help down there, and now you feel as if you can't support your friend as he goes off to save the galaxy. Am I right?" "Pretty much," Ahsoka sighed. Naruto just looked at her in shock. "Ahsoka, that's not true. I told you, you did more than enough down there. You saved my life. You got all of those women out of that hellhole. You were amazing." "Yeah, but I led them right into a trap," she said. "You had to save all of them, and me too, and you hurt yourself doing it." "So what? We both helped each other out," Naruto said hotly. "That's the whole point of teamwork, that your teammates help you when you need it." "I know that," Ahsoka said, her own voice rising. "And now you're going off to do who knows what, and I won't be around to help you out anymore. I promised I would help people like those slaves, just like you did. I don't want to be left behind." Obi-Wan opened his mouth to chastise them both for their display of anger, but emotion from Shmai stayed his words. Sighing, he closed his mouth and let her handle it. It was her house after all, and the last thing he wanted to do was get on the wrong side of the woman who had successfully raised Anakin Skywalker for nearly 10 years. Though she may not have looked it, she was a strong woman possessed of a formidable will and, from what Anakin had told him, a razor-sharp tongue when the situation called for it. "Settle down, both of you," she said in a tone that brooked no argument. Both of them immediately contrived to look as innocent and apologetic as physically possible. Anakin winced a little. He had heard that tone plenty of times himself, and it had a way of inspiring instant obedience in even the most unruly of children. Once Shmai was satisfied that neither of them was going to do something stupid, such as speak, she continued, though in a much softer tone. "Ahsoka, it's very admirable that you want to be there to support your friend and keep that promise, but you cannot let this get you so worked up," she said. "Naruto will be fine. He will have a Jedi Master guiding him. It is not a judgment on your abilities that he is moving on with his training. If you want to keep your promise, then do you know what you have to do?" "What?" Ahsoka asked. "Work hard," Shmai said. "Hone your skills, be the best that you can be. That way, when your time comes, you will be ready to go out and keep that promise, right next to Naruto." "Okay," Ahsoka said, determination once more filling her eyes. "I can do that." Obi-Wan nodded in approval. She rather impressed him. With just a few words, Shmai had turned Ahsoka's budding jealousy and self-doubt into a newfound drive for improvement. It was impressive. After that, the conversation turned once more to friendly banter. Jireya told some stories of his own, both from his younger days, and from his time training Naruto. Additionally, Naruto, after a solid 10 minutes of being pestered by both Ahsoka and Anakin, finally explained how he could eat and drink through his mask. "It's simple," he said. "You remember how the mask has 2 layers?" Ahsoka nodded, rolling her eyes a little. Of course she remembered that. How could she forget it when he had used that minor fact to play a joke on the entire clan not even 10 minutes after first meeting them? "Well, the outer layer is solid cloth, but the inner layer has a slit in it for my mouth," Naruto explained. "It's disguised with a seal, but it lets me eat and drink without having to take the mask off. I just have to sneakily lower the first layer without anyone seeing anything." "That seems like a lot of trouble to go through just so you don't have to take off your mask," Anakin said. "Maybe. But the looks on people's faces when they see me eat through my mask for the first time make it totally worth it," Naruto said, cackling a little. Like Master Kenobi at the start of dinner. He looked like he was going to have a stroke. It was great. I'm so glad I could be a source of entertainment for you, Obi-Wan said in his trademark deadpan. Ah, don't pout Kenobi, Jireya said. You'll put lines all over your baby face. Baby face? Anakin asked, confused. Never you mind, Anakin, Obi-Wan said, trying to head Jireya off, but it was too late. The other day, when I was teaching your esteemed master how to do the henge, he tried to make his beard vanish, Jireya said, smirking at a resigned Obi-Wan. And what was the problem with that? Anakin asked, still not getting it. He succeeded, Jireya said gleefully. And it turns out his beard is hiding the face of a 12-year-old. Anakin paused as he tried to picture this in his mind. When he succeeded, he burst out laughing, nearly falling out of his chair from mirth. Yes, thank you, Jireya, for the funny story, Obi-Wan said with as much dignity as he could muster. I'm sure we're all very amused. I know I am, Master, Anakin gasped between fits of laughter. Obi-Wan shot him a betrayed look, though he doubted Anakin saw it. He considered glaring at Jireya, but there wasn't really any point to it. The older man simply shrugged off all disapproval, with the sole exception of Yoda. The wise Grandmaster seemed to have somehow earned Jireya's respect, though how was a mystery. Finally, though, everyone was full. In Naruto's case, it took a dozen heaping bowls of ramen to sate his vast hunger, but eventually he finished. After the table they had cleared the dishes off of the table, Jireya cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. I was initially planning on just doing this with Naruto, but seeing as I have you all here, I might as well get it over with now, he said. Reaching into a pocket, he withdrew a stack of small slips of paper. Here it is. Try to contain your excitement. Jireya-sensei, what's the big deal? Naruto asked. It's just some paper. Did your brain finally rot from old age? Jireya palmed his face and sighed. He muttered darkly under his breath, and phrases like cheeky brats and can't kill my students were clearly audible. After a moment he looked back up and flicked Naruto on the forehead. Don't be disrespectful, you damn brat. This is Chakra paper, he explained while Naruto rubbed his forehead. It's used to determine your elemental affinity when using Chakra. Anakin and Ahsoka looked on blankly, waiting for the explanation to stray into areas they understood. Obi-Wan nodded, having heard of this from Jireya's lectures some time ago. Naruto, however, immediately lit up like someone had plugged him into the power grid. His stinging forehead instantly forgotten, he jumped out of his chair and ran up to his godfather. Are you going to test me to find out what my affinity is? He asked excitedly. Does this mean I get to start training with elemental jutsu? Not if you keep shouting like that, brat, Jireya threatened. If you've got all this energy, maybe I should have you work it out in sparring. What do you say? Naruto paled a little at that. Sparring with Jireya was brutal, especially when he was trying to tire him out. While Naruto was never one to shy away from brutal training, and indeed he often sought it out, he also wasn't a fool. He would choose elemental manipulation over a beatdown from Jireya any day of the week. Sorry, he said, laughing nervously. I just got excited. Yeah, Jireya said, waving it aside. Anyway, in answer to your question, yes, I am going to test your affinity, and yes, I am going to start your elemental training. It won't be easy, since we're both going to be padawans, but I'll make it work. And I imagine you'll be testing some of us as well, Obi-Wan said shrewdly. Yep. No point in waiting, Jireya replied. None of you are ready to start that training yet, but we may as well see what your and Anakin's affinities are. You know how to channel Chakra, right, Anakin? Of course, Anakin answered. Master Kenobi and Naruto have been showing me. I can even do the leaf-sticking exercise already. Good, then we'll definitely test you too, Jireya said, nodding in satisfaction. What about me? Ahsoka asked. I want to get tested as well. Jireya gave her an appraising look. She met it head on, stubborn determination filling her face. Can you channel Chakra? He asked. Not just produce it, but channel it out of your body. Well, sort of, Ahsoka said, a little embarrassed. Jireya raised a skeptical eyebrow. And what does sort of mean? He asked. I can do it, Ahsoka said stubbornly. Naruto showed me how, and I've been practicing. But sometimes it doesn't work. I still want to get tested, though. Sorry kiddo, but if you can't channel Chakra consistently yet, then there's no real point in testing you, Jireya said. Ah, come on Jireya-sensei, let her do it, Naruto protested. She's been getting a lot better at it lately. I know she can do it. The tips of Ahsoka's budding monrals darkened from the praise, and she stood even straighter. Naruto stood next to her, looking at his godfather expectantly. Jireya looked back and forth between the two of them. Neither showed the slightest sign of backing down anytime soon. Throwing up his hands, he sighed dramatically. Naruto stood next to her, looking at his godfather expectantly. Jireya looked back and forth between the two of them. Neither showed the slightest sign of backing down anytime soon. Throwing up his hands, he sighed dramatically. Fine, fine. I swear, you two are the most stubborn, disrespectful pair of brats I've ever met, he said. The fond grin that brightened his face took any heat out of his words. Naruto and Ahsoka grinned back and high-fived each other. Jireya just rolled his eyes, while Obi-Wan frowned. He was still somewhat uncomfortable with how emotional the two younglings were. All right, settle down before Obi-Wan has a coronary, Jireya said. Now, Naruto, you're up first. Jireya handed Naruto a slip of the Chakra paper. The boy snatched it eagerly before giving Jireya a blank look. Jireya-sensei, what am I supposed to do now? He asked, causing Jireya to face-palm. Just channel some of your Chakra into it, Jireya sighed. Naruto nodded and concentrated for a second. After a few moments, the paper shredded into 1,000 little scraps. Cool! Naruto exclaimed. What does that mean? That means you're a wind type, and a damn strong one at that, Jireya said. Is that good? Naruto asked. Wind is probably the most versatile of the 5 elements, Jireya said. You can use it to push your opponents away, crush them, or slice them to ribbons. I'd say it's a good fit for you, brat. Awesome! Naruto cheered, before Jireya flicked him in the forehead again. Calm down brat, he said. It's not all good news. What's wrong? Well, wind users were really rare back in Konoha, and I wasn't one of them. What? You mean you can't teach me how to use my element? Jireya adopted an insulted expression, as if the idea was ridiculous. Don't be absurd, brat, he said. I'm the best damn ninja in the entire galaxy. Of course I can teach you how to use wind chakra. Naruto gave his godfather a deadpan look. The only other ninja in the galaxy is me, he said flatly. I didn't say the competition was stiff, Jireya teased. Naruto glared at him but didn't rise to the bait. He was still focused on his wind training. So if you know how to use it, what's the problem? He asked. Well, I know the basic control exercises, and most of the advanced ones, but I only know a few actual futon ninjutsu, Jireya explained. You'll probably have to create a lot of others yourself. Naruto just shrugged at that news. That's fine, he said. I prefer making my own style, anyway. Besides, it'll be easier than trying to have you teach me a whole bunch of ninjutsu when we're both training to be Jedi Knights. That's the spirit, brat, Jireya said approvingly, before grinning. This also means I won't have to put in so much effort training you. You get to do all the work for once. Naruto spluttered with outrage. What do you mean for once? He yelled. You barely do anything as it is. All you do is critique me and kick my ass when we spar. I'm the one who does all the exercises, the katas, and the jutsu practice. Hey, I put up with your bitching and moaning, Jireya said with a laugh, enjoying winding up his godson. Kind of like now, in fact. You dash, Naruto said, his eyelid twitching. After a moment, though, he took a deep breath and shook his head. You know what, no. I'm not going to even give you the satisfaction. I'm just going to sit here and pretend I don't know you. I think that's best for my sanity, he said, as he did exactly that. Jireya decided to count it as a win for him and turned his attention to the others. While Naruto is nursing his bruised ego dash, Naruto growled at that, but he ignored him. Let's get on with it, shall we, he said. Kenobi, I believe you're up next. Obi-Wan nodded before closing his eyes and falling into a light meditation. Though he had come a long way in the last 8 months, he still found it easiest to create chakra while meditating. It took only a few seconds, though, before everyone in the room except for Shmai felt his force signature shift and wrap in on itself, a telltale sign he had switched to using chakra. Jireya handed him a slip of the chakra paper, and Obi-Wan carefully channeled a bit of his chakra into it. It stiffened briefly before crumbling into dust. Obi-Wan looked at Jireya for an explanation. It looks like you're an earth type, Jireya said, unsurprised. It suits you. It is the best element for defense, and you can also use it to disrupt your opponent's movements and deliver devastating finishing blows. Advanced users can even reshape the battlefield on the fly. Obi-Wan nodded and looked thoughtful. He was already contemplating how he might one day integrate such a skill set into his style. Leaving him to his musings, Jireya motioned to Anakin. Anakin took a deep breath and concentrated. He didn't have as much practice or control as his master, but he was a very intuitive student. It only took him half a minute or so before his own force presence shifted. Grinning with anticipation, he took the offered slip of paper. As soon as he pushed some chakra into the paper, it burst into flames. He yelped in surprise, but by the time he dropped it, the small piece of paper had already burned to ash. Looking up, he gave Jireya a sardonic glare. Let me guess, I'm a fire type, he said sarcastically. Got it in one kid, Jireya replied. Fire is powerful, but it's also the most dangerous element. If you lose control, you can just as easily burn yourself as your enemies. Yeah, I gathered that, Anakin said, waving his burned fingertips. Naruto and Ahsoka both giggled a little, and he shot them betrayed looks. As usual, neither looked repentant. All right, your turn Ahsoka, Jireya said. Do your thing. Ahsoka gave a single, determined nod, before closing her eyes and focusing on her force presence. Slowly, with a great deal of effort, she began to combine it with her physical energy. It was difficult for her, as she had never been one for meditation. Nevertheless, she slowly but surely began to blend the two energies together. As she neared success, though, she let herself get too excited over getting tested, and her concentration failed. She could feel the careful mixture of energies she had spent the last 5 minutes creating slip out of her grasp. She grit her teeth and growled with effort, but it didn't help. The control required slipped even further out of her reach. Just as she was about to give up in frustration, she felt a pair of warm hands grab onto her own. Before she could even open her eyes to see who it was, she felt a familiar force presence join with hers. It was Naruto. She would know the warm glow and whirling storm of his signature anywhere. To her it seemed to emit a deep, pulsing thrum, like an enormous starship engine, overlaid with the sound of laughter. She found it oddly comforting and felt her bubbling frustration and anger melt away. Naruto, working on nothing but instinct, gently guided her efforts back onto the right track. While he was nowhere near as skilled as Yoda, he could still take hold of Ahsoka's force energy, and help her keep control of it as she turned it into Chakra. From his perspective, her presence seemed like a flare of multicolored light arcing through a starry sky, like one of the auroras he had seen during his mission to Yuki no Kuni, but far brighter and more intricate. He found it surprisingly beautiful to behold, but he shook the thought off. Ahsoka needed his help, and he couldn't get distracted. With Naruto's help, Ahsoka was soon able to create a stable chakra pool within herself, and he carefully broke the link. She shivered a bit when she felt his presence pull away from hers. The world snapped back into focus, and she noticed everyone staring at her. "What?" she asked, suddenly self-conscious. "What did you two just do?" Jireya asked cautiously. "I helped her out," Naruto said. "She was having trouble, so I just sort of. I don't know. I just did what felt right." "Thanks for that, Naruto," Ahsoka said. "Can I have the chakra paper now? I can't keep this up for very long." Shaking off his shock, Jireya handed her a slip of the paper. Much like Anakin's had, hers burst into flames the second she channeled her chakra into it. Unlike him, though, Ahsoka had prepared for that. She quickly dropped the burning paper before her fingers could get singed. Grinning at her success, she looked up at Jireya expectantly. "Well, it looks like you're a fire type too," Jireya said. "I can't say I'm surprised, but don't get too excited. You're still a long way from being ready for any training in elemental manipulation." "Indeed," Obi-Wan agreed. "And I would also like to talk about how Naruto helped you produce chakra. What exactly did you two do when he helped you?" Ahsoka frowned as she tried to find the right words to describe what she had experienced. It was a difficult thing to articulate, as sensations in the Force did not precisely correspond to those in the physical world. "It was sort of like he kept my Force power steady," she said. "I was having trouble keeping control of it, but he kept it from slipping too much, so I could mix it with my physical energy properly." Naruto nodded in agreement before adding his own perspective. "I could feel her losing her grip on her power," he said. "It felt like it was shaking, or maybe vibrating. Anyway, I held it still and kept it from escaping out of her body again." "Fascinating," Obi-Wan said. "If you could show us how you did that, it could drastically improve the efficiency of Jireya's lessons." "Hey. Are you saying there's something wrong with my teaching style?" Jireya complained. "Not at all. I was merely saying that your current methods take a rather long time to produce results," Obi-Wan said. "Oh, is that all? Well, maybe I just haven't motivated you all properly," Jireya said, a downright evil grin on his face. "I guess I have been going easy on you lot, what with only focusing on meditation. Maybe from now on I should add a physical component to my lessons? A brisk workout perhaps? Or maybe sparring?" Obi-Wan paled at that. Like most of the Jedi in the temple, he had seen some of what Jireya considered a brisk workout, and like most Jedi, he considered it completely insane. Obi-Wan was all for physical fitness and strenuous training, but he drew the line at doing handstand push-ups with boulders strapped to your legs while balancing with one finger per hand on the ring end of a kunai. As for sparring with Jireya, well, he would leave that to beings like Master Windu and Master Yoda. He chose life. When he saw Obi-Wan's stricken expression, Jireya laughed uproariously. "Relax Kenobi, I'm just messing with you," he said. "I don't have the time to work stuff like that into my lessons, especially if I'm going to be a Padawan. Besides, you'd probably just die, and then all of my work would go to waste." Obi-Wan's nervous look morphed into one of dry sarcasm and mild disapproval, topped off with his infamous raised eyebrow. Jireya just rolled his eyes at how serious the Jedi Knight could be. Fine, fine, he said. I'll see if I can't recreate what Naruto did. You're right, it could be a useful tool for teaching people how to use Chakra. Obi-Wan nodded before glancing at the chrono on the wall. His eyes widened when he saw the time. It is getting late, he said, turning to Shmai. We should not prevail upon your hospitality any longer, madam. Shmai opened her mouth to protest, but Jireya chimed in before she could get a word out. He's right, we should get going, he said. Naruto, leave a few clones here to help Shmai clean up, okay? Okay, Naruto said. Thanks for the ramen, Mrs. Skywalker. It was fantastic. Shmai smiled and gave him a hug. Ahsoka got one too, much to her surprise. Remember, little one, you will stand tall if you work hard for it, she said. Never let yourself think otherwise. Obi-Wan and Jireya both got fond, respectful nods in their direction, before Shmai turned to Anakin. She wrapped him in a tight embrace, kissing both his cheeks. I love you, Ani, she said. You make me so proud, every day. Anakin put up only token protests at this show of affection. His love for his mother ultimately trumped any embarrassment from having her dote on him in front of his master and his friends. With their goodbyes done, Naruto created a half-dozen clones to help Shmai clean up from their visit at Jireya's suggestion. She argued they were unnecessary, but Jireya would not budge on the matter. You gave my godson a stable mother figure for the first time in his life, he finally whispered to her. I can never repay you for that, but I'm damn well going to try. Consider this the least I can do. Naruto, with his preternaturally sharp hearing, overheard this and took umbrage. What do you mean it's the least you can do? He asked indignantly. You're not doing anything. I'm the one who'll get all the memories. Hey, a bit of menial labor is good for you, Jireya said breezily. It builds character. Then why aren't you doing it, if it's so good for you? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow in a decent impression of Obi-Wan. Because I have character, Jireya replied. I have character to spare. You, however, still need a lot of seasoning before you can be as wise and impressive as I am. Naruto rolled his eyes and huffed, while Ahsoka, Shmai, and Anakin all tried to conceal their laughter with varying degrees of success. Obi-Wan looked on in amusement, shaking his head at the absurd antics that seemed so normal for this group. With their goodbyes finished, they headed back to the temple. Obi-Wan and Anakin headed back to their quarters, unworried about someone wondering where they had been. As a master and padawan, no one would question why they were up and about at night. Jireya simply melted into a shadow and vanished from sight. Naruto and Ahsoka, meanwhile, snuck through the temple halls with practiced ease. Through a combination of air vents and Naruto walking on ceilings while carrying Ahsoka, they soon arrived back in the creche unseen. Oh. The next morning Naruto rose reluctantly, still tired and bleary from the night before. His exhaustion vanished, however, when he got word that the council had finally returned from the Hapes cluster and was ready to see him and Jireya. He ate and dressed quickly, and soon stood outside the doors to the council chamber with Jireya. He didn't have long to wait before the doors slid open and Yoda called them in. He and Jireya walked in while she left to attend to her duties. The various masters all looked pleased to see the lightsabers that now adorned Naruto and Jireya's belts. Even Masters Tien and Rancisis had glimmers of approval in their eyes. Done well, you two have, Master Yoda said. Passed the trials of Illum, you have. Learned much, did you? Yes, Master, Jireya said. Naruto just nodded, as his mind flashed back to his first vision in the cave. Mace seemed to notice his reticence, and looked him in the eye. Is something troubling you, Naruto? He asked. Naruto blinked, surprised at being called out, before he sighed and nodded. Yes, Master. It was something I saw in the cave. A vision, one of my old friends. I was just wondering, it's just dash. They told you something you found disturbing? Mace asked. And now you are wondering if it might have been true. Naruto just nodded, still unable to articulate his concern. Jireya squeezed his shoulder, offering him silent comfort and strength. Naruto welcomed the support after nearly 3 days of keeping his worry bottled up. As he drew comfort from his godfather's presence, Mace kept talking. The visions in that cave force us to confront our own inner fears and demons. We are all the authors of our greatest challenges, and overcoming ourselves is the first and greatest step in becoming a Jedi. I will not ask what you saw and heard if you do not wish to tell me, but know that it was your own fear you saw projected back at you. There are other force nexuses that offer visions of the past or the future, but on Illum it is ourselves that we face. Naruto sighed as he felt the little ball of stress he had been carrying in his chest for 2 days finally relax. It wasn't true, he thought. It was just a vision of my fears. Thank you, Master Windu. There was one other thing, though. At the end of my vision, right before I woke up, I saw something strange. He described his vision of the strange, bald man and the green-haired woman. As he spoke, Yarrielpoof leaned forward in rapt attention. After he finished, the Caermian master nodded and spoke. There are several mentions of such beings in the histories of the Order, dating back to the very beginning. Sadly, most of those records are lost, and those we have are fragmentary. To my knowledge, no one knows who or what those beings are, or if they even truly exist. They may merely be representations of abstract concepts, they may be the spirits of long-dead Force users, or they may be something else entirely. I shall have to add this encounter to our archives. You said they spoke to you. Naruto nodded. Take careful note of their words, young one, but do not let them trouble you too much. Visions such as these have presaged both great upheaval, but at times they have also come to nothing. The Force may show us many things, both good and ill, but it is up to us what we do, in the end. Yes, Master, Naruto said. He wasn't sure if that had been helpful or confusing, but it had certainly given him something to think about. Always here to help, we are, Yoda said. On to happier matters, we should move, if no more questions there are. When he saw that no one else had anything to say, Yoda continued. Padawans you now are, and masters you will need, he said. Masters we have found for you too, yes. Volunteers to take you as apprentices. Naruto twitched in surprise. He knew he was still a controversial figure amongst many Jedi at the temple. He had figured it would be weeks, maybe even months, before anyone came forward to be his master. Indeed, Ayla had even said that if he were still without a master after 3 months, she would take him as a Padawan herself. Needless to say, hearing that someone had already volunteered to teach him came as a shock, albeit a pleasant one. Even after a year of being at the temple, and nearly a year before that of being on Team 7, he still wasn't used to anyone actually wanting to help him. Judging by Jireya's shocked expression, he was equally surprised by the announcement. Naruto, if you accept, I will take you as my Padawan, Master Windu said. Now Naruto moved from shocked to dumbfounded. Not only had someone volunteered to be his master, but it was Mace Criffing Windu. The second highest ranking Jedi in the Order, and one of the biggest badasses ever to walk, wanted to teach him how to be a Jedi. It was almost too much to take in. He scanned Master Windu's face, looking for any hints as to what the man was feeling, but it was useless. His visage may as well have been carved from a mountain. In the end, Naruto had to go with his gut instinct to decide. Why yes, Naruto eventually stammered out before collecting himself. Thank you, Master. I would be honored to be your Padawan. Very well then, Mace said. He stood up and walked over to stand in front of Naruto. "Naruto Uzumaki, I hereby take you as my Padawan learner," he said, and bowed. "Master Windu, I hereby accept you as my Jedi Master," Naruto replied, bowing back. Rather than return to his chair, Mace circled around to stand next to his new Padawan. Jireya grinned at Naruto, a look of naked pride on his face. The rest of the council looked on approvingly until Yoda once again broke the silence. "Jireya, take you as my Padawan I would," he said. "Accept do you?" "Of course, Master," Jireya said. "It would be a pleasure to learn from you." Learn from each other, I suspect we will, yes," Yoda said, as he nodded and hobbled over to Jireya. Together, they repeated the same ceremony that Naruto and Mace had just gone through. Once they had finished, Yoda turned to address the rest of the council. "Master Poof, ready are you, to assume your new duties?" he asked. "I am," the Caermian master answered. "Very good," Yoda said. "Then dismiss this council as." With that, the assembled masters filed out of the room. Mace motioned for Naruto to follow him. "First, we will go collect your things from the creche," he said. "Then we will move you into our new quarters. You won't have much time with your friends in the coming months, so I suggest you take this chance to say goodbye. I will give you an hour. Go on." "Yes, Master," Naruto said. He rushed down the hall, eager to get to the creche. While the thought of not seeing Ahsoka or Barriss as often was unpleasant, his excitement to begin the next stage of his Jedi training overshadowed any regrets he had. "Oh. Are you serious?" Ahsoka asked. "Master Windu. The Master Windu is taking you as his Padawan." Barriss poked Ahsoka in the side. "Of course he's serious, Ahsoka," she said. "Even Naruto wouldn't joke around about something like that. You are serious, aren't you?" Naruto nodded eagerly. Yeah, I am," he said. "I'm as surprised as you two. I figured it would be months before anyone wanted me. Hell, I figured I'd probably end up with Ayla." Barriss looked back at him in surprise. "Wait, Knight Sakura offered to take you on as well?" she asked. Her shock was understandable. From what Naruto knew, it was really rare for Padawans to get multiple Jedi offering to be their master. "It was only if no one else had offered after 3 months, he said. "She just got promoted a month ago, and she wants to get more experience before she takes a Padawan for the first time." As he spoke, Naruto glanced at his chrono. He winced at the time. "I'd better hurry and get my stuff," he said. "Master Windu will be here in 10 minutes. I don't know when I'll have time to visit again, but I'll come by as soon as I can. I'll miss you guys." "We'll miss you too," Ahsoka said, and gave him one last hug. "We'll just have to become Padawans as soon as possible, so we can work together sometime. I'm still going to become a master before you." Naruto just laughed at that and went to collect his few belongings. He didn't want to be late for Master Windu. After all, he had a whole new journey to begin now. A few minutes later, when he was all packed, Mace came in and collected him. Together they walked across the temple, to the new, shared quarters they had been assigned. As they walked, a question occurred to Naruto. "Master, what did Master Yoda mean when he asked Master Poof about new duties? Is Master Poof going somewhere?" "No, Master Poof is simply taking up my duties as Master of the Order," he said. "In order for me to have enough time to train you, I had to leave the post." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't imagined that Master Windu would sacrifice such a prestigious office in order to take him on as a Padawan. "Oh. I'm sorry," he said. Mace gave him a confused look. "What are you sorry for?" he asked. "You have done nothing wrong. You had to step down to train me," Naruto said glumly. "I didn't mean to be dash." Naruto, let me stop you right there, Mace interrupted. I chose to take you as my padawan. The Force called me to do it. I have no regrets about passing on my former position. It was an honor to hold it, but training a padawan is an even greater honor. I look forward to teaching you and learning from you. Learning from me? Naruto asked. Masters often learn as much from their students as the students do from them, Mace explained. I will teach everything I know about being a Jedi, and you will doubtless teach me a great deal about Chakra, ninjutsu, and the limits of both my patience and my sanity. Oh, Naruto said, before he realized he had just been teased. Hey. I'm not that bad. Mace's face was inscrutable, but Naruto got the sense he was amused. Finally, they arrived at their new quarters. This is it, Mace said. Are you ready to begin? Hell yes, Master, Naruto answered. Hell yes. Thanks for watching.